One more time, good afternoon, everyone. Make some noise for yourselves. Thank you for being here. Welcome to First African Landing Day 2026. Today we gather not simply to remember history, but to stand in it, to honor those who came before us, and to recognize what they endured, what they built, and what they made possible for us today. First African Landing Day was established here in Vermont in 2019 to recognize the resilience and contributions of African Americans since 1619, and to acknowledge the lasting impact of slavery and racial discrimination, and to create space for truth, education, culture, and community. And this year, our message is simple: press on. That phrase is more than a theme, it is a charge. It is inspired by the Adinkra symbol, Owo Foro Adobe, which represents steadfastness, prudence, diligence, and the courage to accomplish what may seem impossible. When we look at our history, we see that spirit everywhere. Our ancestors pressed on. They pressed on through enslavement, they pressed on through segregation, they pressed on through laws designed to deny their humanity, their freedom, and their opportunity. They pressed on, and they built families, communities, businesses, institutions, movements, and culture. They pressed on so that we could be here. And now it is our turn. Pressing on doesn't mean pretending that the work is easy. It doesn't mean ignoring the challenges in front of us. It means refusing to allow those challenges to determine the limits of what is possible. It means telling the truth about where we've come from while having the courage to imagine where we can go. It means understanding that history is not just something behind us. It is something we are continuing to make. That is why today matters. The food, the music, the dancing, the drumming, the exhibits, the speakers, and especially the young people gathered here are all part of that story. Culture is part of the story. Community is part of the story. And our commitment to one another is part of that story. We also recognize the significance of the 1619 project, or specifically of 1619 itself, not just as the beginning of Black history or African presence in this country, but also as a pivotal moment in the history of American slavery and the system that was profoundly shaped by and through this nation. When we tell the truth about that history, we don't diminish America. When we tell the truth about that history, we don't diminish America. We understand America more completely. And when we understand the price that has been paid, we can better understand the responsibility and the opportunity that belongs to us today. This is our movement, and this is our moment to educate, our moment to organize, our moment to build, our moment to protect our culture, our moment to empower our young people, our moment to create something better than what we inherited. And perhaps most importantly, it's our moment to recognize that we don't have to accomplish it alone. We press on together. So as we celebrate today, I want us to remember that First African Landing Day is not only about looking backward, it is about looking forward. As the Reverend is fond of saying, we can celebrate Black culture and Black excellence, but this is a commemoration. It's about asking ourselves, what will we build with the opportunity that those before us fought to create? What will we leave for the people who come after us? What impossible thing will we have the courage to accomplish? So enjoy this day, celebrate the culture, learn something new, talk to somebody you don't know, bring a young person into the conversation, support a local vendor, listen to the stories, dance, eat, laugh, and remember. But when we leave here today, let us take this message with us. We have come too far to stop now. We have too much work to do to stand still. And we have too much possibility ahead of us to give up. So, Vermont, Burlington, our community, let's press on. Let us press on with courage. Let us press on with wisdom. Let us press on with purpose. Let us press on with love for our people and our communities. And let us press on with the courage to architect something new. Happy First African Landing Day 2026. And remember, let us press on. Thank you. And of course, to begin these festivities, it's important and incumbent upon us to get your spirits in the right place. And so I invite Ken Roy to start us off with the Black National Anthem. Make some noise for Ken Roy.
Happy First African Landing Day, everyone. Nice to be here and to be in such great weather with you all. Just for those who do not know about the history of what is known as the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing, it began as a poem written by James Weldon Johnson in 1900. His brother, John Rosamond Johnson, set the words to the music. 500 school children first performed it publicly in Jacksonville, Florida, to celebrate Abraham Lincoln's birthday. As a graduate of the historical Black college and university that's represented here as well, from Florida Memorial University, I proudly commemorate and invite you all to stand as we sing Lift Every Voice and Sing. Lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place, for with our Father's side we have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading a path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, Thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, or God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with what the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land. Thank you.
Again, thank you all for being here with us today. As you know, we are just getting started. Please make sure you take some time to visit all of our vendors and table folks, those who have decided to make this time important enough to be in community with us are here for a purpose. And so whether it is the First Unitarian Church or it is our sisters from the sorority Zeta Phi Theta, Zeta Phi Beta, all right, we get it correct. Make sure that you're visiting, because the point is for us to build intersections of community. So when you see someone out not in this space. For example, you're at the grocery store and you run into someone that you have a familiar face to say hello and check in with. And those are the kind of bonds that continue to help us develop the kind of relationships where we can have a shared vision of what we want in the kind of spaces and in the kind of neighborhoods and in the kind of America that we want. So make sure that we're taking the time to do that. The next act I'd like to bring up is my brother Mika Haley. Mika Haley is an artist from Madagascar who has been a part of our local community here for a long time. And every time that I've gotten to see him perform, it is a wonder. It is a calming sense of what music and art can provide. So as we continue and as we get started with these festivities, I think he is one of the best people that could help us initiate this conversation and get this day off to the right start. So please make some noise and put your hands together for Mika Haley. Come on. Thank you.
stage is going to be the stage. There is another show. So I'd like to get everything that happens on the stage, and there's going to be breaks between them. Though. You know what I mean? So like a time like right now would be a break time to like to be on the table, and then when McKinley comes up, grab him, and oh yeah, it's not right now. No, it can't be. No, he's going to start literally right now. But directly after him, after the speech, you might want to get in. And then I think the best way, the one to coordinate this with is because he can tell you when there's going to be like a music class.
Can I have more reverb and guitar too, please? Thank you so much. All right, welcome everybody. Happy first African Landing Day, everybody. And always pleasure to meet everybody here. And I'm so glad to be here and to support and our history to be alive and go forward. Yeah, something, just a little bit. There we go. Just sample. There we go. Thank you so much, brother. All right, my first song, it's called 10-15 minutes. The first song, it's called Miara Nunu Zaza. Miara Nunu Zaza, it's a song about breastfeeding, and baby wants to nurse. Tumang zaza, tumang zaza, tumang ilusumaba. Tumang zaza, tumang malaylo, tumang tengar kamabe. Yara nunu zaza, yara nunu zaza, yara nunu zaza, yara nunu zaza. Yara nunu zaza, yara nunu zaza yo. Miara nunu zaza, miara nunu zaza yo. velontsika zaza, velontsika zaza, velontsika nahita mame. Velontsika zaza, ravoravo zaza, ravoravo fa tonga mame. Miaranunu zaza, miaranunu zaza yo. 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 Mama ni haslo zangelan zaza. 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 Ravu ravu mama zaza. Ravu ravu papa zaza. Fali fali kwani zaza. Fali fali kwani zaza. Ravu ravu mama zaza, ravu ravu papa zaza, fali fali kwani zaza, fali fali kwani zaza. All right, thank you so much. All right, this next song, it's called Swavadea. Losungeza mata, losungeza mano, nivili na lankafa, haya kongo haipode. Losungeza mata. Losungeza mano, nivili la lankafa, harazita kunsune. Yeah. 에 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산으로 자와자 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산에 반스케 디아레케 에 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산으로 자와자 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산에 반스케 디아레케 생각해서 못한 생각해서 만나 니 빌리나는 카페에 가라치 타서 훔쳐내 생각해서 못한 Kezamano, Nivila Lankafa, Ayakumbo Laipode. Yeah. 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산으로 자와자 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산에 반스케 디아레케 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산으로 자와자 지난배 산으로 자오 지난배 산에 반스케 디아레케 Timangay suabadia Timangay suabadia Timangay suabadia Timangay suabadia Suba Thank you so much. All right, one more song, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the music, enjoying your time, enjoying the celebration. This next song is called Mfakatiava, means Slovits are there. Fankatiava, fankatiave, fankatiava tsika olombelo aza mifagnano ratsy. Yeah. Fankatiava, fankatiave, fankatiava tsika olombelo aza mifagnavakavake. Fankatiave, fankatiava, mbola tsy aiza fitsiko ny amaregny, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny oavy, Zagnahary nandatra ratsy ave. Fankatiave, fankatiava, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny amaregny, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny oavy, Zagnahary nanamboatra tsika jiaby. Fankatiava, fankatiave, fankatiava tsika olombelo aza mifagnano ratsy. Fankatiava, fankatiave, fankatiava tsika olombelo aza mifagnavakavake. Fankatiave, fankatiava, mbola tsy aiza fitsiko ny amaregny, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny oavy, Zagnahary nandatra ratsy ave. Fankatiava, oh fankatiava, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny amaregny, mbola tsy aitsika za fitsiko ny oavy, Zagnahary nanamboatra tsika jiaby. Zagnahary namorona antsika tsy nagnavakavake, samy nasagna nofo sy rasy fagnahy. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Have a good day.
Guys, come on now. One more time. Give it up for Mika Haley. Just a quick question, brother. If they want to find you, follow you, and get in touch with you or find more of the music, how do they do that?
So I do have a social media page on Instagram or Facebook, whatever works for you. Also, you can find some of my tune on the digital platform like Spotify, iTunes, whatever works for you. And I hope to see you there. All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much, brother. I just wanted to give a quick shout out. There are some young folks here selling lemonade all the way to my right. That's Zaid with his sisters Miriam and Mary. If you look all the way over there, they are selling lemonade. So make sure that y'all support these young entrepreneurs. Again, not only are we community building, but we are making sure that as we lead the next generation onto a path that is both sustainable and is building community, they know that we are fully behind them. All right? We got VT Floataway over here as well. If you have some type of pain, if you have some issues with mobility, or if you're just looking for something alternative wellness beyond just yoga or movement, check those folks out as well. Champlain Housing Trust is right next to them. Again, we know that the land we stand on is important, and we stand on the shoulders and on the land that those who came before us and those who properly were indigenous to this land had access to it, now that we are blessed to have access to it. So make sure that you are engaging in conversation and coming across all of these wonderful folks who are here to support this work. The next thing I'm gonna do is get ready to bring on a man whose work is important. And I'm not gonna make that introduction because I think that sometimes we pivot to keep you all engaged. What's up, Roy? Good to see you, big brother. Thank you for being here. Kwame, are you ready?
How y'all doing? What's going on? My name is Kwame, also known as the Kwame Vibe, and thank you so much to Edwin and Tank for having me here with them today. It's an honor to work with you guys. Look at him blushing. It's so sweet. All right, so let's bring up our good friend, Reverend Mark Hughes, who is a prominent community leader, organizer, and racial justice advocate based right here. He's best known as the founder and executive director of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the co-founder of Justice for All. After retiring from a career in the military and cybersecurity, thank you for your service, he moved to Vermont in 2009 and transitioned into local advocacy work where he was spearheaded significant legislative and constitutional changes in the state. Give it up for Mark Hughes.
What's up, y'all? I said, what's up, y'all? Hold up. What's up, y'all? All right. Welcome to First African Landing Day. This is our 8th year that we have done this. Yeah, this is our 8th year. We started in 2019, and I want to thank my brother here because the very first African Landing Day that we did, you performed, and I want to thank you for this. 2019. Let me be brief because I'll be back with a commemoration. There is a very, very sober moment that we are having today in America. In America, today we know that civil rights, to include the Voting Rights Act of 1965, but the entire federal civil rights apparatus has been upended. We know this. This is what some of our work is directed towards. We understand it to be as a result of the legacy of slavery. Let me tell you why. Because were it not for the legacy of slavery, civil rights would have never been possible. They would have never been necessary. Listen, civil rights would have never been necessary if we would have built this thing right in the first place. Come on. Come on. We'll talk more about this later, but what we know today is that because of civil rights, watch this, we finna pivot, hold on. Because of civil rights, that made democracy possible. Come on, somebody. So really what we're talking about is that same thing in Genesis, because this is the tradition of my faith, is in Genesis 50:20, when Joseph looked at his brothers and said, that thing that you meant harm for me, God used it for good. God used it for good. So what we know is that this is 407 years after the arrival of Africans on Point Comfort, and at a moment when the civil rights infrastructure that's built out of the struggle against slavery, the struggle against racial apartheid, is being systematically dismantled, Black Vermonters are calling on the state to meet the nation, the state and the nation to meet this challenge right now. So what we're doing here today is so important, and this is the only thing, and then I'm going to be done. I'm going to come back and tell you more. The only thing that I want anybody here to get out of this is try to learn something today. Come on. Try to learn something today. Try to learn something today. Because the story, a lot of times we become so incredibly impatient that we don't have time for the rest of the story. The story doesn't end at slavery. The story does not end at Reconstruction. The story does not end at the backlash of Reconstruction. The story does not end at a period of 100 years of lynching in old Jim Crow South. The story does not end during the Civil Rights Movement. The story does not end during the demise of the rights that we fought for, nor does it end with George Floyd, a public lynching that occurred in front of everybody during lockdown. The story does not end as the federal government upends everything that we fought for with the blood of folks across Edmund Pettus Bridge. The story doesn't end because we march on, because everybody here, we are all architects of a new America. So I'll come back and give you a little bit more on the commemoration, but again, the most important thing that you can do while you're here today is to learn something. Say it to me. The most important thing that you can do while you're here today is, and this is the one thing that I'm going to leave with you, and then I'm going to get out of here, and that is, this day occurs every single year on the 4th Saturday of August. This is the 8th year that we've done it. Ask yourself why you didn't know that. That is your definition of systemic racism. And think about everything else that's scheduled and that's happening currently, that's going on today around us. Did they know? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. The point is now you got an invite, put it on your calendar. Stay tuned, I'll be around.
All right, make some noise for Reverend Mark Hughes. Thank you. Thank you for those important words. I just wanted to make sure I made some more shout outs. We have the League of Women Voters here, also to my right, waving at you, who are here supporting the Vermont Secretary of State, who could not be here. To my left, we have the Root Social Justice Center that is being represented by our sister Cheyenne from I Am Vermont 2. Important work that she does to make sure that we are historicizing and having documented conversations from folks who are impacted and are part of our community. We also have Vermont Developmental Disabilities Council, also to my left, waving at you. And we also have seniors working together for our climate and democracy. also to my left, waving at you. So again, we just want to make you aware of the folks who are in the room and are part of these conversations and are part of our community so that you can continue to build community and the relationships that will foster the kind of vision we want moving forward. The next person I'd like to bring up is a poet. She is an educator, multidisciplinary artist, and someone who every time she speaks has the kind of gravitas that makes the room pause and take heed. Please make some noise for Kia Ray Hanron.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kia Ray Hanron. I hope you're all having a good time so far today. Yay. I am here to share 2 poems with you. I am an educator and an artist, and as a natural result of being those 2 things, I am also an activist. I am a biracial black woman. I was born and raised in Montpelier, Vermont. I'm going to perform in a second. I just wanted to give you some context for this first poem. And for a very long time, I struggled with my own racial identity. My first poem was written over 6 years ago, and it was written because I decided at midnight that I wanted to go out for a walk to the gas station to get a pint of ice cream, and I thought I was being followed by a police cruiser. And I wrote this poem about it, and then I performed it again and again, and then I started second-guessing that experience. And even just that in itself is a whole can of worms we don't have time to get into. But this poem is the result of reflecting and dissecting and analyzing and thinking about what it really means to be a biracial black woman in this state and what my role is. And, you know, a key element of persisting is committing ourselves to lifelong learning and making sure that our youth have access to true history and to history and to educators that reflect the global majority and in ways, and for them to be able to learn how others before them have persisted and thrived, because it's hard to persist when you haven't been shown examples. So all that to be said, this first poem is called Black Teachers Matter, a poem to check my own privilege. And like I said, this was written 6 years ago. I've done a little bit of learning and unlearning since then, but the central message of it, I believe, is the same. Part 1. Black kids need Black role models to follow and discuss. Who we're shown we must be is unjust. Our image is scarred and encrusted in mistrust. God forbid we adjust our stance, since we probably have a weapon to thrust. We're mocked for making a fuss, but we're slaughtered in surplus. Forgive me if I cuss, but you won't let us breathe. And thus, kids need to see themselves accurately reflected in us. They need to make connections of joy and success and know that we don't have to be oppressed or take things in jest. Yes, we've progressed, but we still live our lives in a state of constant distress, still detested, arrested for non-aggression, and forced into confession. But every time I address this, I silently question, am I on a self-righteous mission to change perception by being the exception? More importantly, is my complexion even Black enough to be part of an accurate reflection? The protection of white misdirection in the curriculum section occurs with the selection of school teachers with features akin to the textbook's reach, who can accurately recite the right speech and teach an array of nationally approved attitudes, all the while only alluding to what they call racial feuds. conveniently excluding all the times we were inhumanely pursued, repeatedly screwed, and viciously devalued. We get represented with hardly any mention of our resilience and fortitude. We get represented as having lesser aptitude, bigger attitude, defiantly rude, or in need, just grateful to have been freed from servitude. But who will teach us if no one was taught? Part 2. I didn't grow up with people of color around. No one brown to look up to and admire. A white choir, and I was always out of tune. The situation was so dire, it's not profound. I thought my dad was every 6-foot bald black man I found. "Oh, no, honey, that's not your father," was my mother's response when I'd inquire. But what bothers me most is what transpired the first time I was in a room with only black people gathered. I was lathered in love and grace. I was a teen embraced in my family's space. We danced and I could keep up the pace, yet not enough to erase the feeling of being misplaced, not having a sense of belonging to their space. I felt as though I'd slathered on blackface, quietly snuck into the place and tried to pretend I was the same race. My self-doubt was built by teachers who preached to my peers with a subconscious fear. Their well-meaning donation to the creation of the Black narration is seated in their need to feel freed from ancestral guilt. And now that's spilt into their professions and adapted the lessons, quilting my education in their quest to fulfill a personal reparation, and steer their conscience into the clear without awaiting our direction, or truly hearing our pleas, making us feel crazy and wondering if life is a fever dream. Can you not hear our screams? And we demand too much when we ask for equality. But see, I was 13 and they failed to interfere, were too cavalier and frankly insincere. When Lacey braced me against a locker down the hall and shocker, she called me a dirty nigger. Part 3. Does my pale, non-male privilege present a softer edge against which to compare? My darker sisters and brothers aren't safe anywhere from the stares, the glares, the hateful adrenaline, and fatal blue bullets polluting the air. I was pushed into a locker one time, but with a furrowed brow, Ben & Jerry's, and a bottle of wine at 12:09, are the cops really inclined to transform me into a chalk line? Or am I fine, just assigning myself a trauma that isn't actually mine? Why am I up here? Who decided I was qualified to talk about this? I can't begin to tell you how uncomfortable I feel every time I read these lines. My insides are reeling, but the only way towards healing is through acknowledgement, ownership, and dealing. And I remind myself that no matter how uncomfortable I'm feeling, it's nothing compared to the cops kneeling. And immediately I feel like an imposter, obnoxiously bathing in my light-skinned privilege, wondering if, like, my voice is too whiny and white, as I stand here in the spotlight without much plight, while communities are outright pillaged to make room for the white image, demoting genocide to a scrimmage, canceling lineages. Who am I to think I'm Black enough? Sure, I've had it kind of tough, but I've never felt handcuffs, never been handled rough, or accused of a falsehood or bluff. One look at me and the color of my hand, will they know it's only a phone? Life in Vermont is all I've ever known, and I'm still prone to throw stones in my own home. See, I've done things that I don't condone, but the seeds are still sown by the pale tone of everyone's face. Do I worry too much about race? Do I have valuable insight? Do I even belong in this fight? Is my skin dark enough to be a part of this space? How can I ever learn to embrace my sense of self I've misplaced? And how can I stand here, if that's the case, and complain with my black-ish face that racism isn't as bad for me? A pale-faced wannabe. These doubts of identity and self are deeply rooted in the foundation of who I am. Part 4. And each time they arise, I am reminded of myself. See, I never saw myself on the shelf of possibility. I am now what I never had then. And when I look into the mirror, I say again and again, I am not perfection, but I have affection for my complexion. I can now be a reflection for other lost girls who hated their curls, with the skin the color of lattes and button noses with freckles and complicated hair regimens, who hear again and again, LOL, I'm darker than you, from their white friends who truly did mean well in the end, who talk like super white but still can't pretend to blend or fit the trends, who can't sing or dance or ball, and for as long as they can recall, their names have been relentlessly mispronounced when roll call is rung every damn fall, who don't know that being black can be fun, who hold bitter rust from the brine of biting their tongue, who have only begun to exist and be young. This cycle is of the self-preservation kind. It dines on the demolished dreams of our suppressed minds. So any success I experience is expressed as anxiety, an impulse to stop and think about the ouroboros of fraud and validity, constructed from imposters syndrome and reinforced by societal rigidity. I see now in my students features I never saw in my teachers. So I'm gonna give myself a round of applause because I am now what no one was. Thank you. One more, it's 2 minutes. Cool. Thank you. So that was obviously about a lot of self-doubt in my identity. There's always a lot of learning and unlearning, as I said, so some of those lines don't really even resonate with me anymore, but it resonated with me at a point, and so that felt important to share. This next poem, and my last poem, is shorter. It's a much different vibe. This is my absolute favorite poem. I invite you to either take a soft downward gaze at the ground or find a beautiful view. There's so much gorgeous greenery around us. There's a blue sky above us. Or you can close your eyes, or you can look at me. And this is called, I Hope Your Flowers Bloom. From all of me to each of you, I hope this poem lifts your mood. As deep and true as the ocean's blue, I hope you find and put down roots. I hope your leaves reach up and open wide, welcoming the light as love rains down from brilliant fire skies. I hope you feel supported by the dirt beneath your toes. Sturdy, secure, and nurtured, I hope your soul forever grows. I hope the wind bends you kindly, softly swaying with the moon, to the tune of gentle birdsong, be it midnight or high noon. I hope you reap the fruits your love and labor grew, fully formed and ripened to the most vibrant, tender hues. I hope you know you're radiant. Your glow brightens this very room, and your colors make me happy in a state of gray and gloom. If not now, I hope you get to shine real soon. Because seeds sown and nurtured spread leaves and spread out roots, the light that's within me honors the light that's within you. And I hope your wildest flowers always dare to bloom. Thank you.
One more time for Kia Ray Henry, y'all. Give it up. Thank you. As we get ready for this next act, I just want to cue you to the fact that Empress Levi's Soul Food will be nourishing our bodies today. You can find that tent located pretty centrally next to the hearth. I think that's how that word is pronounced. Yeah, is that close? Somewhat? Okay. You know, it's not my first language. So I was born in Ghana, so this thing is, although people like to remind me that I did get my master's in English, so I should not be able to use that excuse. Okay. This next act is a locally based group, but what they are is Vermont based, but they are a hip hop and Afro pop group that is formed from musicians from various African traditions and nations, merging traditional African styles with Western pop and dancehall. The group, whose name stands for Africa to Vermont, performs in multiple languages and has been an active part of the New England music scene for a decade. So as we get ready to bring them on, I would love for you to give a warm welcome to A to VT. Make some noise for A to VT. I promise you're gonna love it.
I got you, young man. Yeah, let's go. Yes, sir.
Check 1 2. Your mama got a stinking shoe. Ooh, mic check, mic check, mic check. A2VT.
Check,
Hey,
check,
yo.
check. How we doing?
Cheer. Let's go.
Real quick, can we turn this to a party real quick? Can we come a little closer and turn up? Yes. Because we're about to turn up, you heard? We at the A2VT Africa to Vermont. We're here to celebrate. Is that right? Yes. Let's get it. Come on a little closer, turn up the party.
Dance if you want to dance. We need it a little louder.
This song's called Faswa. Turn up.
Turn it up.
Faswa. Jalshe. Faswa. Give it time. Faswa. Jalshe. Faswa. I don't really care what you go, what you do, what you don't really care what I do, what I go. Give it time. Faswa. Jalshe. Faswa, baby. Can you give me dance? Can you give me jelly dance? She told me, give it to me all night. That's how I know what she can do with jelly dance. If she wanna do, we can do it my way. If she wanna go, we can hit the highway. The way she talk and the way she walk. Gotta say that she rock my world. Wanna make it more, she already know. She's the only one I want, a girl. The way she talk, what she talking, the way she walk. What she walking, the way she dance. What she dancing, the way she moves. What we making, do it down. She's crazy. Hello, amazing. This girl's crazy. Hello, amazing. I don't really care what you go, what you do, what you don't really care what I do, what I go, this girl. She's crazy. I love, amaze me, baby. A2VT, not Chessa. A2VT, not Chessa. A2VT, not Chessa. A2VT, not Chessa. Nyukus akasase, nyukus isi here. When you see me, nyukus isi, nyukus akase, ana nyukus akasi, yeah. When I see you, nyukus akasi, yeah. Nyukus akasase, nyukus isi here. When you see me, nyukus isi, nyukus akase, ana nyukus akasi, yeah. When I see you, nyukus akasi, yeah. Bento da feruntin shake it. Put your body close to me, bento da feruntin shake it. When your body close to me, better da. Run to share, run to the way, better da. Give it down, fast one, jail share, fast one. Give it down, jail share. Don't really care what you go, what you do, what you don't really care what I do, what I go, give it time. Jail shit. This for my song, for my lady. Everything I do, man, I do for my lady. When I come down, MG, bring it down. I can see that guy, he's wasting time. Girls love me cause I got the flow. Love those girls, so come to party. Pam pam, I bump the party. I love those girls, so come to party. One for the money, two for the show. Clap your hands up if you get big roll. One for the money, two for the show. Clap your hands up if you get big roll. One for the money, two for the show. Time to get ready. Here we go. This girl's crazy. Hello, amazing. This girl, crazy. Hello, amazing. I don't really care what you go, what you do, what you don't really care what I do, what I go. This girl, crazy. Hello, make me baby. Simba, chill. More music. Let's get it.
All right.
More music to the Mollanders, please.
Faswa.
Chicka. How we doing now? This is one time only. Check it out on YouTube, A2PT. One time only. All you girls gonna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love. Anytime she's feeling kinda lonely, she calls my phone, daddy do me. She's the type of girl, she will never leave me. She makes my bed, keep it rocking. I let her do anything she wanna do. And every time she come around me, I guess they know that I'm not giving that love. And she don't wanna see you again. Only one chance, that's all I'm giving her. And if she acting funny, then I'ma live in her. I guess they know that, I guess they know that, I guess they know that she know that. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love. Anytime I leave the home alone, she waiting for me, so checking out for. When I come back, she kiss me like she miss me. I guess they know that she is my girl. I'm a real man, tryna keep a real thing. I understand why, girl, be mad at me. Don't worry about it, just another one, too. Only one go, that's all I'm looking for. My heart is still going yola yola. You're my favorite girl, I don't wanna use you. My love is still going yola yola. You're my favorite girl, I don't wanna lose you. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love. Take your time, wind up and slow. It's just me and you go all night long. I take it back, girl, I bring it back home. It's just me and you go all night long. Ana kuro koko, anima amule. I give it a coin, ana unkoi, ana kuro koko, anima amule. I give it a coin, ana unkoi. Take your time, wind up and slow. It's just me and you go all night long. I take it back, girl, I bring it back home. It's just me and you, girl. Come on, huh? One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby. One time only. All you girls wanna come to me. One time only. Yeah, you girls will fall in love, baby.
Chill.
Talk to him.
Okay. Chill. Okay. I may need this your help. This call I'm a soul survivor. Should know, if you don't know now, you will know. I want you to sing along with me. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, then the people love me. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, then I'm just a young man coming from the street, looking for a way to get out of this heat. Sounds so hard, my time melting away. I gotta find a key to help me break free. Waking up to read me, now I'm trying to be me. Hey. I can stay calm to a certain degree. My voice going louder so they see they can't hear. I gotta go get it, man, I'm feeling no fear. Okay. Okay. Come on. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, now the people love me. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, now the people love me. Sing it with me. Soul survivor. Oh, can you hear me now? Soul survivor. Loud and clear. Soul survivor. Soul survivor. I'm not the only one, you see us everywhere, but I still wonder if you're feeling under. Yeah, yesterday was a dark day, and the lights are far away. Ain't nobody gonna hold me down. Let it try, but it's too late now. Cause tomorrow was for you and me, and the future's to live and free. Okay. Okay. Come on. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, now the people love me. Yes, come on, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Everywhere I go, now the people love me. Street, so cold. Oh, I've been missing home, but now we gotta run. Deep in my soul, running right for the right to be free. Hey, another free but lunch, I buy dreams, I don't need no fronts. I stay down 93 whole months. I lift up like my feet don't run. I told myself I don't need no fun. Do more cause I see more done. Be more son, refuse not to be no one. Don't feel like I see no gun. I don't need no one. It's real low, see release no gun. Let's release it like you made your fun. Chill. Okay. Hey. Okay. Come on. Everybody in the house, just clap your hands for me real quick. Hey. That's what's up. Keep clapping your hands for me. We are here, we outside, you heard? Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. Come on. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Yes, I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul survivor. Oh, chill. Whole lot of soul surviving going on. That's what's up. Check my mic. Can y'all hear me? Check my mic. See the vision, appreciation of me. That's right. When I say A2, y'all say VT. A2 VT. A2 VT. Ayo.
Now I can hear out of this one in here.
Here I go.
But no, in this one. Now, yeah. One check.
We got mono mics.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Wait. He's still. Wow, he's good. All right.
Here I go. I got some jams for y'all. Cause I'm still growing.
Let's get it.
Hey. I'm still growing.
I'm up for the sunrise, I will rise for you. Confusing my mind, but I know what to do. I change up the picture, come see what I drew. You want me the same, but you see that I grew. Like a tree, know I would. I pick it off the ground, watch you bloom if I could. I'm coming with the water, I hope that you good. My roots from the bottom, I'm stuck in the hood. Don't let them hold you down. From the cracks in the concrete, we pushing it out. Enrich in my soil, I see what it's about. I'm standing in the light, not a shadow. I'm still growing. Don't touch my flower, tell them love every hour. I'm still growing. Sweet turn to sour, turn it into power. I'm still growing. I can never listen to you, I'm away a mission to you. I'm still growing. Hey. Grapevine, take, don't you worry. Take your time, this perfect story. Jack going up, Beanstar. Early morning, my detox. Don't let them put you in D-box. Escape through the sunroof, I grew up. I need it my way. We been lost in the green in my head. Got a harvest today. Got stash shit away. Let's talk about the ways we can grow and get paid. It be right in your face. Gotta strengthen up your base. I bring you more life with the words that I say. Gotta compost, not waste. So to grow at your pace. More hard, I'm a man. Joke, huh? This ain't no race. Gotta grow with some grace. I'm still growing. Blow every hour, I'm still growing. Sweet turn to sour, turn into power. I'm still growing. I can never listen to you, I'm away your mission to you. I'm still growing. Hey. More flour in the pot, I burn it to ashes, more water when it's hot. The older I get, I see everything you not. Better nurture and grow everything that you got. More friction when cold, it depends on who you know. Man, crank can easy slow, when it grow from the snow. I gotta find another way, but I like where it go. When snakes I done seen like I've been here before. I can only believe like I did to hoe. I'm a long way from pole, I'll be here then I'm gone. Take it straight to the dough. I just want you to see, when I first hit the toe. I can feel when it's closed. I'm still growing. I touch no flower, tell them love every hour. I'm still growing. Sweet turn to sour, turn it into power. I'm still growing. I can never listen to you, I'm away a mission to you. I'm still growing. Hey, 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 hey. I said I'm still growing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Speed that real over the
we still growing, you know.
Chill. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Play that.
So
Drop
here 1 second. Here 1 more second. Some of y'all know this song, some of y'all don't know this song, but you're about to know it right now. But I'm gonna need your help real quick, like I always ask you to help to clap your hands for me. Well, this is how we're gonna do it right here. Alright. And then we look at DJ and be like, push the button. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
This town, still living this town. People keep on thinking empty minutes not around. Do your own way, I will do it my way. We new skis that pretty, we playing dirty, different color. We all living when you come around. When you cross the border, come on. We new ski my town, we new ski my town, we new ski my town. Everybody knows that we live in a town. Come on. When you ski my town, what? When you ski my town, what? When you ski my town. Everybody knows that we live in a town. I do it for my town to get some love. Haters don't like it, but I get enough. Let them talk all they want, but it's still been right here getting love. First things first, we never stop. We go with the flow, another beat drop. Sitting by the river, the sun above. Every day's a good day, can you feel the love? Sitting by the river, coffee, coffee, coffee. I think about my ginger, oh yeah, yeah. Come on, come on, come on. When you ski my town, when you ski my town, when you ski my town. Everybody knows how we live. the border in my city. East to the west coast, summertime sunny. Winter comes cold. It's starting at the gate, now I'm growing up. Oh, it's still making rules. Things being sold at the MBS city. The money too tall. Hitters don't stop me. Asian, black, white, we share same city. You cross that border, now you're chilling in my city. When you skip my town. When you skip my town, baby. When you skip my town, oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, no, oh no, no. When you skip my town, when you skip my town, baby. When you skip my town, oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, no, oh no, no. Sing along, come on.
When you skip my town,
What?
when you skip my town.
Hey, hey.
Everybody knows that we live in a town.
Come on, come on, come on.
When you skip my town, when you skip my town, when you skip my town. Everybody knows that we live in a town. When you skip my town, when you skip my town, when you skip my town.
Chill, chill.
Everybody knows that we live in a town.
When you skip my town, when you skip my town, baby. When you skip my town, oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, no, oh no, no. Yes, sir. Let's get it. Somebody say get up. Let's get it. Oh, you had it. Turn up, turn up. Everybody got time. Running out of time. And I get to. Put your hands in the air and say, born in the ghetto, born in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto. Come to America, still feeling ghetto, still feeling ghetto. Everywhere I go now, still feeling ghetto, still feeling ghetto. Let me tell you a story, a story about my life. Hey, let me tell you about this one, tell me. Real one from the ghetto. Go. It hurts so bad every time I talk about it. Feeling so good to let it out and shout it. Man, it's chasing money. The show go day and night. Mommy's got the babies trying to make things right. No money for breakfast, no money for dinner. Oh no, oh oh, oh no, oh oh. Born in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto. Come to America, still feeling ghetto, still feeling ghetto. Everywhere I go now, still feeling ghetto, still feeling ghetto. All around the world, no. All around the world, no. All around the world, no. Oh, oh. Do this, God, man. Now this is Jua. Now this is Jua. Now this is Jua. What you say? Now this is Jua. Hey, hey. What's that? What? Hey, hey. Born in the ghetto, born in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto. Come to America, still feeling ghetto. Everywhere I go, now still feeling ghetto. I day he get a voice, you tell him I am. I day he get a voice, you make my sedan. So bang shaking, get a voice at the holy high. But shaka for the finger so be lucky you go down the high level. Still finna get to, everywhere I go, still finna get to. Still finna get to, everywhere I go, still finna get to. Still finna get to, everywhere I go, still finna get to. Still finna get to, everywhere I go, still finna get to. Break it down, Jalil. Born in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto. Come to America, still feeling ghetto, still feeling ghetto. Everywhere I go now, still feeling ghetto, still feeling All around the world know. 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 Turikame! I want to introduce this someone. How you guys doing now? Oh, come on. We stay in the ghetto. One day we make it out of it. A2PT. We in the house. Turikame! Come on now. Adolf in the building. Straight from Tampa, Florida. And this how we do it, man. Billy. What you say? Turikame. What? We happy. We happy to be here. Let's go. Celebration. Cheer.
Celebration.
Thank you. A2. A2.
Hey.
Nah, let's do it together. Come back, brother.
When I said A2, you said VT. Let's go.
A2. A2.
Thank you, y'all.
Make some noise for A to VT one more time, y'all.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Did I do it? Did we do it?
Yes,
Saved the
I
day?
think this is your main mic and this is your side mic.
All right. Y'all still with us? I'm gonna need the shock paddles out one for this one. Clear. Are y'all still with us? All right, we got some comedy for y'all. Known all over New England, King Mecca. He's a writer, a comedian, an actor, a show host, and he is hosting a lot of events around here, including rap nights and putting other artists on at other various venues. Give it up for King Mecca, everybody!
Why you gonna do me like that? All right, I need y'all to wake up a little bit more. I'm from the Bronx, New York, so our energy is always on 1,000. How we feeling tonight? You sound like you took a STD test and failed. I need a little more energy. How we feeling tonight? All right, that's a lot better. I do recognize most of the crowd is over the age of 40. I'm so sorry. Using your late night energy so early in the day. My bad. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of beautiful faces around here. I love seeing all these beautiful black faces around here. A2VT in the building. You know what I'm saying? Took the farthest trip you could take with this mother. Ooh, I forgot there's kids here. I'm sorry. Parents, I'm gonna apologize now. I wasn't warned that there were gonna be children here, so I didn't come in here in the children comedy spirit. Grandma looking at me like, you better not say nothing I wouldn't say. It's all good, it's all good. Well, for those that don't know me, my name is Mecca. I'm born and raised in the Bronx, but I've lived in various places, but Vermont has been the longest place I've stayed. I've been here over 22 years. Got about 6 children here. Altogether, I have 10. 7 boys, 3 girls. You in the blue, stop looking at me with all that judgment. She was like, 10? He's only like 5'5", 5'6". Yeah, ladies love me. I'm short, but you know, you can get in places most can't. Oh, kids is here. I'm sorry. I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they didn't. Don't go to school. I mean, go to school. Go to school. All right. Being a father of 10, one thing I've learned as a parent is that you can't really trust your kids to do anything on their own, especially when they're between the ages of like 0 and 21. You know what I mean? You got to do a lot of thinking for them. And I've learned early by having so many kids how to control a crowd. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you a little example. For instance, one Christmas, I was babysitting my kids. Now, I know what y'all saying. You, they father, you not babysitting. I didn't want them to be there, so yes, I am babysitting. So, you know, I just got this new apartment, little 3-bedroom and whatnot. I had some roommates that didn't move up to the state yet, so I had the house to myself for like a good 2 months.
So I said, you know what? Me and the kids gonna have some fun. I bought the big screen TV, put it on the wall, and tried to create a little movie theater in the living room. So I didn't expect them to come so early. I was expecting them later that night. So earlier that day, I decided to roll me a smoke a cigarette. You know, everybody can't see the wink, but I was smoking a cigarette and drinking some Kool-Aid. And I was watching this interesting show called Sons of Anarchy. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's one of my favorite shows. So when I was smoking my cigarette and drinking my Kool-Aid, I happened to doze off. Now, one thing I do is make sure all my family are able to access me, so all of my baby mamas have a key. Now, I know what you're thinking. Who's dumb enough to do something like that? This guy. So while I'm asleep, they let themselves in, and then when I woke up, all my kids are sitting around the TV quiet as hell. That never happens. Ever happens. I'm pretty sure y'all been in a room full of kids, and that never happens. So I wake up, I'm like, all right, you guys is here. I already had the festivities in the refrigerator waiting, so I'm in the living room putting the stuff on the table, making sure it's all movie theater-like. And then I noticed all of the kids aren't in the living room no more, they're gone. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just continue making the, rest of the stuff. So I'm making the sandwiches and stuff, and I noticed my door was open. So I go to close the door, and we in the dead middle of winter. So I close the door, and then I go back to making the food, but I notice I'm still feeling the breeze. I turn around, my door is open again. But there's a trail of snow going from the front door all the way to the back of my apartment. Mind you, I just bought a brand new $4,520,000 rug to put in my apartment. So I follow the trail, and it leads to my bedroom. So now, as a parent, you listen first before you go walk in any room with kids in it. So I'm listening, and I'm hearing, stop, no, don't. So I open the door. I got 3 of my sons standing around a pile of snow in their underwear. I don't understand where they're getting this from. I didn't teach it to them. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, what the hell is going on in here? They turn around and put their hands on the wall. I was like, I'm confused. I'm not understanding. Why are you in your drawers? And then my daughter comes from under the bed dressed in my mink coat and her mother's little one of them hats. You know what I mean? So she comes from under there, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? My youngest son, who's about 2 feet tall, walks in his mother's mink coat and says, oh shit, the feds. Turn around and runs out the room. So I chased this boy all around the house. I'm knocking over couches, I'm knocking over chairs, and I cornered him. I was like, I don't care that you got your brothers in there looking like drug dealers. I don't care that you got your sister under the bed looking like she's doing something she ain't supposed to do. But if you ever call me a fed again, I will whoop your behind. Like, what about this tells you police? You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just my house. I don't know. Maybe it's just my house. I see you with the glasses looking at me like I owe you money. I was about to go in my pocket and give it anyway, you know. How we doing, beautiful? How old are you? See? Young ladies, y'all, that's what you do. I asked her how old she is. She's like, young. Gave me the lean in the eyes, young. I was waiting for the neck roll. I was about to be like, don't be like your mama. Oh, man. I'm good? That's what I'm talking about. Quick in, quick out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be out here, tell a little joke, to you and whatnot. My name is Mecca. My birthday is September 26th. It's coming up. I will be 50 years old. I know it don't look like it, but I will be 50 years old. I'm having a party at T-Rugs. Everybody invited, food free. The drinks ain't free. It ain't on me, because that, yeah. But I'm a holler.
Make some noise for Mecca, y'all. Thank you. One of the things that's important about the work that happens at the Richard Kemp Center, again, it's about not just cultural empowerment, but helping us build community. And some of that work is also about making sure that our youth are getting the kind of encouragement, the kind of support, and the kind of direction that helps and support the things that they want to do. And so I wanted to bring up these Black women from the Larner College of Medicine who have a program happening at the Richard Kemp Center that they would love to talk to you about. Make some noise for them.
Hi, my name is Elle, and this is Ramoy. We're M2s, which means we're at our second year in medical school at Larner. That's, I think you all know where it is. It's pretty close. And so we were selected with a few other students as Schweitzer Fellows. And our project is focused on providing a free SAT prep for students of color. And it actually begins next week at the Richard Kemp Center, and that's going to be from 10 to 12. So it's for high school students mainly because that's when your SAT prep is going to start. It's free. We're also going to have a discussion just about kind of identity, especially in like the political climate right now. So if you'd like to learn more, please speak with one of us. We would love to have you, or you can email us at rkcsatprep@gmail.com. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. Again, if there are folks out there who are also inspired, if you are someone who is doing some kind of work that you think would be impactful to our youth, please get in touch with the director of the Richard Kemp Center, Christine Hughes, and she will make sure that we find a space or a way to accommodate you so you can help our youth, whether that is mentorship or whether that is them, something like this where they can get the kind of SAT prep that they need so that they can be excellent in their futures. The next thing we have happening will be our women's panel. I'm going to have the DJ play a song or two while we get set up for that. I see that folks are already lined up for food, even though the program said that was going to happen at 2 o'clock, but that's okay. We are not worried. Feel free to feed yourselves. Just please be kind to our folks who are serving you again. They are as much servants of the community as we all are, so make sure that that process is easy for them. The DJ is going to play us a song or two, and then we will get right into our women's panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Right back at you, man. I love you. I love you to death. What's stopping you from getting what you want?
It's not your pocket.
This, the bridge between is not released yet.
Charlie Giannomi's gonna get us right now.
Yeah, right now, since Charlie's right here.
You're gonna be a part of the conversation too. Come on over here. Bring your chair back over here. I got you.
Shirt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Feel free to.
This would be the largest.
That's the largest. Okay.
Yeah.
Chris, they $37 though. I forgot to tell you, man.
Yeah, come around.
For you though, I'm gonna give you a discount.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
I'm just gonna say we'll pay you to take it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Enjoy, man. Okay.
You in there?
I think we get him. Oh, he got a hard
Yeah.
See?
Let me interview y'all, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna interview y'all. Charlie, how many minutes you got?
I don't think we have much.
3 minutes. 4 minutes. You don't need to look into the camera. Just look right over his right shoulder when you're talking, or else look at me. But don't look in the camera. Hey, welcome. We are here at First African Landing Day. This is the 8th year in a row we've been doing this. This is today. It is Press On. The theme of today is Press On. We're here. We're talking about what does it mean to press on, and I just want to talk a little bit to y'all because I want to hear from my people. So definitely, I know both of you guys have been at these events before. What does it mean to you, and why are we here?
Winnie?
Yeah, my name is Winnie Wilkinson, host of Hey Neighbor Hey, and a resident of Chittenden County. I am here today because I am an immigrant. I am a product of slavery. I am a product of what it is to go through the process to get to progress. And in order for us to get to progress, we must come together at events like this, have teachable moments, and have that interaction with each other, different generations, different skin colored, tall, fat, skinny, whatever. We must come together as human beings to make this event the event to be at every year.
Winnie, I'm so glad you're here with us, and thank you so much. You've been behind this table the entire time, and so have you, Roy. You've been back here, and I know I saw you bounce over into the barn, and I saw you all over the grounds. What does this mean to you? I know you've been around for a while too, and you've been to a few of these events. What does it mean to you?
Just the social connection. It's good to see all of us here, different family backgrounds, different diasporic regions. It's good to see us just hold space together and have conversations and check in with each other and volunteer. It's a big shout out to all the volunteers that come out, from the kids center to those who are helping keep us hydrated. A lot of different faces out here this year, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, we're glad you're here too. 1619. There's a theme that runs through this event ever since the beginning that we started this in 2019. It's always been about 1619. We've always brought the 1619 traveling exhibit. Winnie, I know you're very familiar with it because I've seen you spend a lot of time in the Richard Kemp Center on it. What does it mean to you, and how does that connect to what we're doing here today?
I had teachable moments because I was not aware that there were slaves that landed in Virginia. I was always taught, because I was born under the British flag, I was taught about New York and North Carolina and South Carolina and Mississippi. I was not taught about Virginia. So that was teachable moments to me. And so I started researching and realizing, wow, it was amazing. And when I did the research about Angola, it is also closely related to the Ivory Coast, modern day Ghana.
Yes, that's true.
And it's closely related to Togo. And then the names in my family, because we were our ancestors, we were our slave masters' name, Sanskrit, Dumpik, Brandis, is all through that same slave trade.
I really appreciate you. I really appreciate both of you coming. We're going to have to call it a wrap for now. Thank you so much for supporting, being here. Your presence, it means everything to us this year. You've heard it here. This is First African Landing Day 2026. Press on. Press on.
So this is Charles.
I'm going to leave that here.
Check.
All right, so now's the time for some very important information as we are doing the women's panel. And on the panel today, we have Dr. Kelly Perkins as the Executive Director of the Office of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging for the City of Burlington, who was appointed by Mayor Emma Mulvaney Stanek. We also have Christine Hughes, a Vermont-based activist, community organizer, and health equity advocate who serves on the board of directors for the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. And once again to the stage, we have Kaya Ray Hannon. This chin didn't count in. Kia, I am sorry. You know what? I am so sorry. A lot of names today.
We just had a conversation 10 minutes ago.
It's all right. People do that to me all the time. It's a black thing. People mess up the names, right? I apologize. She's a graduate of the University of Vermont. She's the founder of Kia's Art Room, a mobile arts integrated cultural education service, and previously served as K-12 arts learning advisor for Clemens Family Farm. And now our moderator.
No?
Wait a minute. She's not on the thing. Wait a minute. What? You just added somebody to my bio?
You're doing great. you have to be able to roll with the thing. Don't worry yourself.
Can I say that you are relieved? You are relieved. Our final panelist is Kaya Morris. And Kaya has previously served as a legislator in the state of Vermont, doing the work that we talk about, but putting meaning and intention behind it. And this panel needed your voice. And so I'm so grateful and thankful to you for joining us. You see how I did that? Love you, bro. Love you. So thank you all for being here for this women's panel. And just to give you a little bit of a heads up, this panel is about Black women, visibility in the workplace, and how we build community, and how that work informs the next generations coming forward. And so the first thing I'd like to start with is talking about your work and visibility. So I think I'd like to start with Dr. Kelly Perkins. Would you please tell us briefly about your work and what brought you to it?
Greetings all. Dr. Kelly Perkins. I am the director for the Office of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging for the city of Burlington. I've been in this role just under a year now. And so what brought me to this work, I would say, is a very wayward path, if you were, but all who wander are not lost. I have a variety of skills and interests. Prior to this role, I was an educator, an administrator K through 12 and higher education for almost 20 years, and most recently served as a human resources director and DEI director at a nonprofit in the Upper Valley. And so really, for me, this work was an opportunity to really, I think, scale a lot of the work that I've been doing throughout my professional career. Was an opportunity to have a voice and bring the voices of those who have been historically marginalized in our city to education, to city government, to cultural empowerment, and just really, for me, municipal government really has been about how do we connect the pieces, how do we act as convener, and making sure that the voices of everybody are represented in our local community.
Thank you. Christine?
Say the prompt again.
Yeah, just tell us about your work and what brought you to it.
That's a good question. First of all, thank you, Edwin. Is he doing an amazing job or what? Thank you so much. And Tank, Mike, Mark, all of you, this is amazing. Thank you, everybody, for being here. What brought me to this work is that, for as long as I can remember, my father, Richard Kemp, and my mom, Frances, were the kind of parents that taught me to think about things that mattered and that were important. So all the way back from when I was in high school, and it wasn't quite so popular to stand up against racism. I was at Burlington High School, where they had a slave day. It was my first, the impetus of getting involved and saying something when you see something wrong. Not like the police, you see something, say something's on the other side of things. So I learned at a very young age, and my father, Richard Kemp, who we named the center after, and my father was Black, my mother was white, and when they got married, there were places where it was still illegal for interracial marriage. So my parents lived that life and just brought us up to stand up for justice.
Thank you. Kira?
So what brought me to, to the work I'm doing? So I'm an artist, I'm an educator. I've been an artist since I could hold a crayon. So that just kind of was my natural path. I went to UVM initially for studio art and psychology as a double major. I was really interested in why do people do what they do and what are the implications of that. I ended up taking a semester off for my mental health. And during that semester, I moved back home with my mom, who is also an artist. And I was standing over her shoulder one night while she was doing an art piece on the computer. And she asked me for advice, and I gave it to her. And she was like, you might be a good art teacher. And that was kind of the the light bulb. That was the light bulb moment for me. I went back when I returned. I started art education as my major. And then as I graduated, I was brought on to work at the Clemens Family Farm, which if you don't know, please go check them out. They're a historic African-American owned farm in Charlotte, Vermont. And they do incredible work with teaching artists and arts and culture programs. And so I was brought on as a teaching artist first, and then I suppose because I was finishing my degree program, I had very fresh lesson plan writing skills, and so Dr. Clemens brought me on to assist with writing their African American Arts Integrated History curriculum. And so I worked on that for several years, 6 years, I believe. I was in that role writing that curriculum and then also advising and training teaching artists in how to do K-12 friendly arts engagements around this history. And I got a lot of administrative experience as well in terms of like working for a nonprofit and what that looks like on the administrative end. And so when it was time in my career for me to do a pivot, it just sort of made sense for me to do Kia's Art Room, which is me being a teaching artist, but it's also me going into schools and helping teachers of any identity really enrich their curriculum. I'm really good at making connections and bringing in the new IRIS standards, and so just going in and supporting educators in that way and creating space. Yes, I will leave it there.
Thank you.
That's a beautiful storytelling as well, because I mean, just like, look, she's all of what, 20? So anyway, I've been busy in the last 12 months. It's an honor to be up here with these incredible powerhouse of individuals who walk in a humility that, you know, we're doing our work. That's just what we do. It's kind of what we were raised to do. It's kind of what we've been called to do, and so we sort of do it as we are asked to. And I've had a long storied history that's brought me to this moment. But when I think about the work that I do now, so if we're going with titles, I'm the Secure Housing Program Manager for an organization called the Land Access and Opportunity Board, which members of the Kemp Center and the Racial Justice Alliance and a number of our different community partners established this as a space to say our people don't have access to land, we don't have access to foodways, we don't have access to housing. We're not even in the conversation around what's happening for environmental justice or conservation or any of those things, and said we need an entity to go through state government, find where you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, and get about it. And so that's what we've done as this overwhelmingly BIPOC woman-led organization and entity, jutting up against powerhouses and saying, you're not doing enough. It's not enough, it's not gonna be enough until you start centering the voices of those that you've intentionally left out. So, the work, thank you. So the work that I do has just really been about like, how are we going back to our communities? How are we pouring back into our communities? What are the real ways that we can be an example of not just, first of all, hoarding resources, which is very, very Vermont, right? Like, we like to be a titled entity and then we sort of take it and hold it. How do we redistribute, appropriate, bring reparations to our communities? So even though we're a new entity, I just in the last 7-8 months gave out over $800,000 to a number of different community organizations and projects that are about building our own self-sufficiency, that are about how are we taking care of ourselves. We cannot rely on our state institutions to do that work because we know they're not, and they have zero track record of doing so. So how are we building from our voices outwards and creating something that would be lasting? And so I'm excited to be able to do that. Yeah, this is family legacy that goes back generations, and I'm proud to be able to be here and in this space and in this moment. So thank you.
Thank you all. Now I'd like to pivot a little bit and speak to each of you specifically. I'd again like to start with Dr. Perkins. I think what I'd like to talk to you about is being seen in the workplace. And so My question to you, Dr. Perkins, is what does visibility mean to you as a woman of color in the workplace and embedded in workplace culture? Have there been moments when you feel especially seen or unseen for the work that you do?
This is a loaded question for me because I think it would say that my experience with work, period, but particularly being in Vermont, being a black woman, being a fat person, right? I feel simultaneously, I have a double consciousness every day of being hyper visible, but also being invisible, right? And it really depends on the circumstance by which I'm interacting, right? That comes about. I think that, to Kaya's great point earlier, in Vermont, there's like an entitlement. And so I feel often, I try to push along, right, to come do public events, because sometimes I feel that it's hard because people feel entitled to me, right? I don't ever get to just be Kelly unless I'm in spaces with friends, right, and people who've known me before this. But at the same time, right, when I have to ask the hard question, right, or say, hey, what's missing here, or provide that critique and ask, can we do this better? Can we think about this differently? Can we bring in other voices? Then it's like, too much now, lay off a little. And so I think it really depends on the circumstances, how I feel each day. What I will say is that I belong everywhere I'm at, wherever my feet rest of self. I'm a spiritual person. I believe in God. If He created me in His image, then that's just the truth of the matter. And so I think that is, my spirituality is something that keeps me grounded when that reality of being hyper visible and invisible at the same time bump up against each other.
Thank you. Not that I wouldn't love for all of you to speak to it, but we're going to keep tight to schedule.
Okay.
Christine, what I'd like to talk to you about is this year's theme of Press On. As you all know, our theme for this year is Press On. So I'd like to ask you, Christine, what have you had to press on through in your professional journey, but also in doing this work? And what has allowed you to keep moving forward despite those challenges?
That's a great question. I mean, I definitely want to echo what Dr. Perkins says, because faith, that's really the biggest thing you can rely on, especially when you feel like you can't rely on anything else. God is good and definitely is like my compass. So I would say that to start with. I think that in order for us to press on, there's sort of a step before that. We need to come together like we are here today. We have to be able to come together both as the whole community, but also, the community of color, of black people being able to have safe places to come together, sometimes, and to be able to rely on places where we're actually outside of the gaze of white folks, of the gaze of white folks watching us, or feeling like we have to live up to those expectations. And we are in a white state, so it can be hard to do that. But we're not just doing one thing. We need to be able to do that and come together in a safe way and as community. But at the Richard Kemp Center, and obviously here, that extends to the whole community, and we just have to be able to do more than one thing at a time. So in order for us to press on, we have to figure out ways to come together. Coming together this way, and I'm so honored to be up here on this panel with these amazing women. Sometimes we might need to come together just as women. Sometimes we need to come together as, men need to come together. Sometimes the youth need a space where they can come together. But at some point or another, we have to all come together in order for us to press on.
Thank you for that, Christine. Kiere, this question is about using your voice. How have you learned to advocate for yourself, use your voice, and take up space in professional environments where you may not always see people who look like you in positions of influence?
I love this question. You picked the perfect question. Formulate my response. I think first and foremost, the way that I have used what I have, I guess that's not, I didn't phrase that very well, but basically I take up space and live by example. Growing up, I felt very uncomfortable taking up space. I didn't really want eyes on me. I felt like I had no right to take up space. And there were a number of reasons for that. It wasn't just because I'm a brown girl in Vermont. There was a myriad of reasons. And I think it was when sometime in my early 20s, I'm past 20, I'm 30.
Don't cry.
In my early 20s, I had this mindset shift of, I am the only one who is me, and I'm the only one who can bring what I can bring. And it coincided with discovering affirmation music, which I don't know if y'all know what affirmation music is, but it's exactly what it sounds like. It's just affirmations to a beat or to music. And one of my favorites is Toni Jones, and she has a song that's called Take Up Space, Sis. And that was the first thing that popped into my mind when you mentioned taking up space. And I think, so the first step is asking myself to do the thing before I ask someone else to do it. If I'm not comfortable taking up space, I can't ask anyone else to take up space because I have no right to do that. I think it's scary to take up space. Like I'm taking up space right now, and there's this filter that you have to constantly be aware of like, am I taking up too much space? Am I taking up the right amount? Am I not taking up enough? And just kind of letting that go and trust that the space that you're in is where you're supposed to be. You know, I belong right where I am, when I am, what I'm doing. I don't know if that answered the question. I have like one little extra tidbit I'd love to add to that. Last month, I had the immense privilege of going down to Castleton and being a resident advisor at the Governor's Institute of the Arts, which I was able to attend as a student, as a high school student. It's a 2-week intensive art program for high school teenagers to spend time away from home and really dive into their artistry. And something that was really important to me was encouraging them young to take up space. Especially because the students in my particular care were all either women or femme presenting, and so it was really important to me that I really repeatedly tell them, take up space as you are and be proud of who you are and how you take up space and the amount of space you take up. Because you are not too much when you're being yourself. You are the exact right amount. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. This worked out. I think I picked the right questions for each of you.
I think you did.
Let's see if I can hit it 4 for 4. Kaya, I want to talk about creating opportunities for others. As you have matriculated through your professional journey and become more established in your work, how do you use that and that visibility to create opportunities, open doors, or make path easier for women coming behind you?
I appreciate that. It actually builds off of one of the core tenets that Kiere was talking about. You belong, right? And so if somebody does not first open the door, then you're the first. And if you are the first, you cannot be the last, right? I am consistently trying to find ways to create space. Even in this today, when it was like, oh, we didn't get you on the panel. I'm like, that's all right. I am fine to not take the mic and have somebody else's voice be lifted in this moment. And that's something that a lot of people in positions of leadership struggle with. They struggle with recognizing who else may also be able to tell that same story. Because when we have multitudes, that's how we make change. If I am the only one, then I become a movement messiah. And if I am not there, then everything falls apart. But if multiple people have said, you know what, it was all right when I came to the mic. I was welcomed, my words were heard, people were encouraged, I saw action. If others are able to say, I can actually even fumble my way through this, I maybe don't have the perfect expertise to take on this moment, but had somebody not given me that space to fumble my way through, I wouldn't be where I am. Yes. So I'm always going to be looking for an opportunity. Can I get an intern up in this joint? How can I contract with somebody to do this real quick so that I don't have to do it and they can instead? And now the community can see them as a resource that can happen. How can I move this money? That money was not supposed to go like that. That money was not planned to go out like that. But when the opportunity came and said, you know what? I'm going to shift these priorities because actually we need multiple people across the state doing this work and not just a few. So for me, I'm always trying to look out and outwards. I don't need to be in the spotlight. Trust. Y'all don't even know. Most of y'all don't even know where I live, and that's fine. Okay? Most of y'all didn't even know where I work, and that's even more fine. Because that was never the point. That's never the point of what we've done, and that's not how our movements are sustained. Is through having a particular touch point, a particular person, a particular moment. It has to have the longevity of people being able to step in, add that piece to the mosaic, put that little paintbrush and finish off that mural. Whatever that little thing is that helps us to be able to see ourselves in that work, we gotta keep making that mirror available for others. So it's just a passion that I have and a joy to be able to say, yep, go fly free. That's real good, I'm happy about that. I am so good about that, and I'm about to go on vacation, so you do that for me. Okay, right? While I go rest, because Black women need rest. So that is just it's a core tenet of what I have in all the work that I do. The final thing I will say about that, though, creating the space means nothing if attribution is not given. Okay? So as a person that may have the power, the positional power to open doors for others, you gotta name the other folks who are walking in behind you. Because the silence is what keeps the stories from being held. And we are an oral tradition, we come from oral traditions, right? And they are erasing our history. So if we don't speak it, it may not ever be told. And that's what I gotta say on that.
One closing question for all of you. I'm sure you'll keep it concise for me as I am prompting. Returning back to our theme, please finish this sentence. I press on because anyone can feel free to start.
I woke up this morning and saw that I believe his name is Michael Anthony Williams passed away. He was Eddie Kane Jr. in the 5 Heartbeats. And at the end of that movie, he sings, I feel like pressing on. And so I feel like what's the prompt is, I feel like pressing on because though trials come at every hand, we got to keep going. Somebody went before me, somebody's gonna come after me. And so I got to keep moving these 2 feet.
Yeah, press on. I press on because I don't know what else to do. Because I don't want to stop, and as long as I can and I have the ability and the energy and support around me, it's just what I know to do, and I got to keep going until I can't anymore, I guess. But I also do want to echo that too, like in that process, making sure we're bringing people along with us or making space for other people, like next generation, you know, so I really like that too. Yeah, thank you.
Speaking of the next generation, that's why I press on. I have 2. of course, I can't just choose one answer to a question. I press on because of the youth, because of the next generation. I find anytime I get to do work with youth, I come away from it with a renewed passion for the work that I do and a renewed hope for our world, because the youth really are just outstanding. They have so much capacity for empathy and for new learning, and their brains are so much more elastic than ours. So that's a whole thing. Let me get back to the question. I press on because of the youth. It gives me lots of joy and passion. I also press on because of art. I think I would not have the capacity to press on without art. Being able to express everything that I'm thinking or feeling, or I don't even know what it is that needs to be expressed, but it needs to get out, right? And I feel like I'm a conduit for the creative energy in the universe. So I gotta press on so the universe can continue to move that creativity through me into the world for other people to benefit from.
I press on. We are standing on the shoulders of so many generations that had no choice but to see a future. They could not stop in the present and say, this is it. They had to think about what was coming next. And this isn't a martyrdom of saying, like, I carry this burden, but there's a reality that each of us are here because of the work of somebody before us. It's because of the sacrifices that my mother made as a single mom to try to make sure we had what we needed so that I could be here today and have this conversation that I am here today. I do this for my son, so that my son will always have an example and a community of folks who can keep encouraging them to push on. So we press on because we have no other choice, as that is the legacy that is running through our veins. It is what's kept us here, and it is what continues to give the energy that's necessary for everyone moving forward. That's just what we do. That's what we do.
I'd like to thank you all for agreeing to sit on this panel, for sharing your wisdom, your journey, and for giving enough grace for the vehicle that you have become for the work that you do, and to really set an example for the next generation of women and youth coming behind you. I think that each of you has provided something quite profound to this conversation, and we all look forward to communing with you once we're done with this panel. Please make some noise for your panelists, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
DJ.
Mom's like, here's the list of things you need to know.
You should probably go back up there.
Heard as a theme throughout all of the speakers was the impact that we have for the next generation. And as a part of that conversation, it was really important to Mark, Christine, the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, that we have a youth panel for this event, because again, it is about what we are setting forth as an example for, as opportunities for, as support for our youth. And so I guess the first question I have for you all is, firstly, please tell us your name and tell us why you decided that you would be okay or would love to support and be a part of this conversation today.
Well, as I have the mic right here, I want to introduce myself. My name is Jamal Omar. I'm going to be a rising sophomore at the new Burlington High School. Sweet. Could you repeat the question for me?
Yeah. Well, when we asked you to join this conversation, what made you say yes?
Well, I do feel like youth voice is something that we need to highlight in our community. So I wanted to, get out of my comfort zone and give my own opinion. Yeah.
My name is Grace Sunshine. I'm going to be an Uprising Junior. And I decided to join this conversation because, like Jamal said, I do feel like youth voice is very important, especially what's going on within the Black community today, and also just like public speaking.
My name is Michael Gascori, and I'm going to be a sophomore at the new BHS. And I also agree, and I think that you should have more voice in what they choose to do and have a choice in guiding their path in the future.
Yeah, give Mike back the mic, because I think this dovetails very well into the first question I have for you all, and what you said makes me want to speak to you about it. I want to ask you if Vermont is creating enough opportunities for youth to engage in healthy recreation and create community and feel like you're being invested in.
I feel like there's sometimes opportunities for students and youth, but I feel like they don't highlight it enough, and there's some changes that could happen to give students more opportunities.
Go for it.
Well, for me, I grew up in the Old North End area, specifically Riverside, and I used to go to the Boys and Girls Club. I still do, right? It's a very nice environment, the adult partners there are really nice. There's people who live nearby that I hang out with still to this day. And I feel like there's a lot of opportunities that come with, there's a lot of community partners who work with the Boys and Girls Club, and you kind of branch off from there. That's like your home base, you feel me? So for me, there is opportunities, but you gotta go out of your way to get them. You gotta actually reach out and get to those opportunities. They're not really handed to you. Yeah.
Grace, I have a different question for you. What would you like to see change in your community?
I think I'd like a lot of the white entitlement to be dismantled. I think, within the school district and also with outside of it, in communities, I don't know what's been going on, but it's been a lot of it. And I also want the justice system and to be changed as well. I feel like we can't really trust who we should be trusting, with the police. I feel like now we kind of just rely on the internet and the news and social media for things that are going on right now, because I feel like, not that they don't do their job, but I feel like they haven't really been giving us what we really want. So I do think that the justice system and also white entitlement.
Mike, different question for you, unless you want to speak on this one. No. Okay, great. Tell me one thing adults can do better to assist the youth.
I'll go back to what Jamal said, because he said how students and youth have to reach out to the adults. I feel like adults should be the one going to the students and really like being there for them from like the start, I feel like that could be really helpful, because then it would like build relationship and help the youth start to reach out more themselves as well.
Thank you.
I just want to add on. He low-key said what I was about to say, but you know, adults should be there for students. They should be a resource, and they should be comfortable, students. But that's not to say that the students themselves should actually, you know, do their own part. You know, reach out, like I said.
I'll just say quickly that a conversation I was having with Imani on the side here, who will be a part of our men's panel, was about some of the things we as adults see a need for, which is some of the mentorship opportunities or creating space for you all to be in community with us, whether it's, for example, I teach at UVM. I could be mentoring someone who is able to come in my office, is able to shadow my classes, and maybe see a path forward for themselves doing that. Imani does work with folks who have gone through addiction and trauma, right? These are some of the conversations and places where we could also be doing that work more intentionally, so thank you both for that. Okay. Finally, one last question. This year's theme is press on. Tell us about a time when you had to press on and move forward, even when it was difficult. You had to push through it.
A time where I had to press forward. I guess for me. What? You're good. All right. I guess for me, I recently got into like the work system. I was recently employed, yay. But
nice job.
It's obviously I'm making money or I'm happy, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's hard getting comfortable in that. I feel like it's super repetitive what I do. I'm not gonna say it but I think I really have to persevere doing things that I don't necessarily feel like I want to do for the betterment of myself. So, yeah.
Yeah, the workforce and being in it takes discipline, right?
It does.
It's an adjustment for you as youth when you're going from having so much of your time allocated by yourself to having to figure that out. So thank you for offering that.
Mm.
Can you repeat the question?
Tell us about a time when you had to push through and press on.
I think like being black and going to a predominantly white school is probably one of the times where I'm kind of forced to press on, even if I don't want to. Like there's always going to be microaggressions and stereotypes and people like calling you aggressive or expecting more from you. And like, I don't know, I guess you get to kind of like an age where you just kind of have to ignore that, even though you don't really want to, and just like, yeah, press on.
Thank you, Grace. Michael?
Grace said what I was gonna say with the little comments being made and little microaggressions towards me, and people obviously see it as like little comments, but like over time, like those little comments build up and it could be hard to deal with that.
It's also kind of an intent versus impact type of thing, where maybe the people who are saying such comments, they might not have that intention to be offensive in any way, but the impact is still there, So I think there's one part of trying to persevere. There's the other part of trying to educate your peers as well. Oftentimes like students in our generation, they don't feel like having these conversations are super important, but like I think they are important conversation we should be having.
One extra question, and then I'll let y'all go. What would you say to your peers as far as what they are doing to secure their own future? I'm sure there are things you see folks doing or not doing that could help them or are hurting them in the ways that they are moving about. in these spaces? Is there anything you would say to them?
One thing that I would say is to advocate for yourself and to not always just rely on adults to do things for you, because there's always going to be a time where they don't, or they just fail to show up. And I would just say to advocate for yourself. Like, there's plenty of opportunities everywhere. Like, as of right now, there's different panels and stations where you can go to get what you want. So I think that when you advocate for yourself, you're not only doing yourself a favor, but yourself in the future a favor.
I would say surrounding yourself with people that want similar things as you, because I feel like I've surrounded myself with people that do tend to like be a follower and start doing all these sorts of bad things, and I don't see like any good in it. So I feel like I've lost some friends due to that. So like surrounding yourself with people, good people.
If that is it, make some noise and give thanks to our youth for this panel. Grace, Jamar, and Michael. Thank y'all so much. DJ.
I don't have a microphone for you. So, what are you doing here today?
Here to support the cause. Here to help build community.
Thank you.
Yep. So all of my stuff is
Hello.
like no touching.
Are you registered to vote?
That bag is worth $200. It's a brand. Okay. I'm old, so it takes me a minute to get my camera up. Okay. I will do it. It's malfunctioning. Oh, now it just took us out in the grass.
How you guys doing today? You keeping busy?
What?
Are you keeping busy?
Yeah.
Staying out of the sun?
Yes. Yeah. Trying to. Try.
You gonna be here all day?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You're welcome.
Okay, see you later.
See ya. Have a good day.
Thank you. You guys want to say anything before I carry on?
I don't know where she's at.
Mom, you have a charger?
I actually. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll charge it later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's my phone? Okay, right here.
Do me a favor.
I gotta
set
drop
these
them
under
in
the
the
table
client.
and guard them with your life.
Right here.
Yeah, just set them under the table. Don't let anybody even look at them sideways.
Okay, so when I'm ready to leave, I know which two to get. You hear me?
What?
When I'm ready to leave, I know what two to get.
Whose glasses are those?
Me.
Those are yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Exactly, yes, sir. It's for you. Yes. Can I be on the logistics team?
You ready, deacons?
For what?
They're doing new alpha stuff.
No, you guys talk. You know that. I don't do that stuff. You know that. I usually step out of the way.
So, do you guys want to say anything?
Here she is. Our spokesperson, our church administrator.
Oh, man. Quick seconds.
Are you ready?
Yes. Hi, we are down here at the first African Landing Day. This is the 6th annual one, and we are New Alpha Missionary Baptist Church located here in Burlington, 38 South Winooski Avenue. Come out and join us on worship service on Sundays at 11:30, 38 South Winooski Avenue. And if you're down here, we have a fabulous table where you can win prizes. We have books. We have giveaways for back to school for our children. And we're also here to support our 20th annual Reverend Margaret Burgess prayer breakfast. So we hope to see you there, and that's going to be on September the 26th. So we are excited that we are down here, and if you're here, come and visit us, and we look forward to seeing you. New Alpha Missionary Baptist Church, and my name is Adeline Robertson.
Do you guys want to talk?
No, thank you. Behind the scene. No, you can say something. Let me give him the spotlight.
Okay.
All these that behind these stuff.
Hello there to all of you who are in this one human family here on planet Earth and across the state of Vermont. Here I say because I sit with New Alpha Missionary Baptist Church, a blessed place that has opened doors for everyone in our state, out of our state as well. New Alpha Missionary Baptist Church. On one hand, it is the only church that worships in an African American tradition, and at the same time, it reaches out and has an inclusive audience, or worshipers, I should say. And the symbolism of our existence here, the one first African celebration, landing day, speaks to you as it speaks to me. We know that, according to anthropologists, that first people, if you will, here on planet Earth, comes out of Africa, the continent of Africa. And at the same time, we have come to this country and made contributions of every sort and every profession, and oftentimes that reality is either not known or it is objected or denied. But when we look at the human family, we are all gifted, and this is a symbolic reminder of how, when working together, we are a stronger people and we make life better for the future. Hopefully that's a reality, because just as you and I stand on the shoulders of somebody else that came before us, we are here and allowing others to stand on our shoulders. Young people who learn about life nationally, globally. As I was coming along in high school, there was no curriculum that embraced me as a member of our U.S. of A. Yet when we look at the inclusive curriculum of life, we see that there are people who look like a Barack Obama, President of the United States, people who look like the first woman president of, not president, first woman governor of Vermont. And we can continue with respect to knowing who is our neighbor and how in a neighborly manner we depend on each other. In the church, those values are lifted up. Love, respect. Fact is, if you use American currency, what does it say? In God we trust. And so just as we are made in the image and likeness of the Most High God, that makes the difference, and you do too. Thank you.
So hello everyone. My name is Bruce Wilson. I'm with the Unitarian Church on Racial Justice, and I am also your Vermont Human Rights Commissioner. The governor appointed me for almost 5 years now, my second term, and thank you. So you could always, and if you ever want to know all things I do, you can Google my name, and when I say that, it's because it's the things I do might be something that I can help you with. And I'm gonna tell you, since I see my dear friend, my first political move was board director for CVLO. Adeline Duvos helped me out. Thanks, Adeline, started me out. Yay. So what I want to say is this: what is vote yes on proposal 4? Proposal 4 is a change to Vermont Constitution. It would add more powerful language saying that every Vermonter has the right to be treated with dignity and fairness, and that the state cannot discriminate against people based on race, sex, gender identity, national origin, disability, religion, age, or sexual orientation. So vote yes on Proposition 4. Come to Unitarian Church tomorrow, 10/11. It's Bless Your Pat Day.
Thank you, Bruce. Maestro, how you feeling?
Doing all right, sir. This is for you, Dexter.
Thank you so much. All right, y'all. If you've never had the pleasure of hearing and seeing the Burlington Juneteenth Choir, they really need no extended introduction. These amazing people are here to not only feed our souls, but to set us on the path and the trajectory that we're talking about when we say building community and being in community with each other. I'm going to step aside and let the maestro do what he does and the choir do what they do. Thank you.
Here we go, Andrew. Here we go.
say something? Oh. How you doing? I'm Justin from Float Away Wellness Spa, and here for people to have wellness, to relax, to have an opportunity for a unique physical and mental reset. Over here we have someone doing the vibroacoustic therapy, and you come to the spa, spend 30 minutes on the table there, and walk out feeling either creative, relaxed, sleepy, whatever it is you're looking for.
Y'all can do better now. Put your hands together for Reverend All right, let's go. So listen. There's only 2 times that we're out here tonight, this evening, that I'm going to ask you to be still. This is one of them. Because the Black National Anthem's already been sung. So I know there's a lot of people moving around, and if we need to make space for you to leave, if you want to leave right now, you can do so, and we'll wait for you. But this is the commemoration, okay? This is the commemoration. This is what this event is all about. So for those of you who are ready to leave and you don't want to stick around for the commemoration, we ain't mad at you, but we don't want a whole lot of moving around over the next maybe 10 to 12 minutes. Can you do that? Yes. Can you just give me 10 to 12 as your founder of First African Landing Day? Can you give me 10 to 12 minutes? Yes. Yes. 10 to 12 minutes. Start your clock. Now. So family, there's a reason that we remember. There's a reason we gather on the 4th Saturday of August, and there's a reason Vermont set aside this day. There's a reason for that. 407 years ago, the first Africans arrived here at Point Comfort. We still say their story out loud because history is not dead. History lives in institutions. It lives in laws. I'll wait if y'all still got some other stuff to talk about. I'll wait. Can we stop talking for a minute? I'll wait. All I need is 10 of your minutes right now. History lives in institutions. It lives in law. History lives in wealth. It lives in poverty, in neighborhoods, in schools. In who is believed, in who is watched, in who is protected, in who is not to be protected. And history lives in us. In late August in 1619, the White Lion arrived at Point Comfort with 20, in quote, odd Negroes who had been taken from the kingdom of Ndongo in Central Africa. They had already survived capture, forced movement, the Atlantic slave trade, and violence on the sea. They arrived not as people without history, but as people whose history was violently interrupted. We commemorate them not because slavery is the beginning of black history, because it ain't. We commemorate them because their forced arrival, it marked the beginning of a system in English North America that would grow into a racialized chattel slavery and help shape the United States of America. Slavery became the architecture. It was written into law, protected by courts, enforced by the government, financed by commerce, defended from pulpits, rationalized by science, passed from generation to generation until race itself became one of the organizing principles of American life. Right. And when slavery was finally abolished, the architecture did not simply disappear. The plantation gave way to black codes. Black codes gave way to Jim Crow. And the auction block gave way to exclusion from housing, education, employment, and political power. The racial terror of one generation reappeared in institutions of another. That's why I keep saying this. And I want us to hear it until it settles in our bones. The legacy of slavery made civil rights necessary. Civil rights were not a gift from some kind of benevolent nation. They were not. They were demanded from a reluctant nation. People organized for them. People marched for them. People sat in for them. People went to jail for them. People lost jobs for them. People were beaten for them. People were murdered for them. Civil rights. Black churches opened their doors when other doors were closed. Preachers stood in the pulpit and told people that Pharaoh was not God. Mothers cooked meals for organizations. Young people walked out of classrooms. Lawyers went to court. Domestic workers and sanitation workers and students and veterans and ordinary people put their bodies on the line. And out of that struggle came stronger voting rights, stronger fair housing protections, stronger protections in education and employment, and broader understanding of equal protection under the law. Civil rights made democracy possible because democracy cannot be reduced to the existence of elections. Democracy means that your vote can count. Democracy, it means that government is restrained by law. Democracy means equal protection is more than a phrase. Democracy means that whether you're black or white or rich or poor, disabled, able-bodied, immigrant, native-born, powerful or forgotten, government does not get to place you outside of the protection of the law. Civil rights are the guardrails of democracy. And this is why in 2026, what I'm telling you right now, is so incredibly consequential. This nation, marking our 250th year since the Declaration of Independence, 250 years of declaring that all are created equal, while generation after generation after generation has to struggle over the word all and what it actually means. At the same time, we're witnessing an unprecedented upending of federal civil rights framework. That's happening right now. This year, the Supreme Court sharply narrowed the reach of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in the redistricting case, centering liability on the strong influence of intentional racial discrimination. Make that make sense. Federal agencies have moved to eliminate long-standing disparate impact protections over Title VI. The very tools that were designed to confront policies that may look neutral on paper but produce discriminatory outcomes in practice. The federal education civil rights infrastructure has been dramatically reduced. Civil rights enforcement priorities across the federal government have been redirected. This is not an abstract legal debate for a law professor. If you make discrimination harder to prove, fewer people can challenge it. If you remove the tools that identify systemic discrimination becomes easier to deny. If you weaken enforcement, rights on paper become harder to exercise in life. And if the legacy of slavery made civil rights necessary, and civil rights made democracy possible, then the dismantling of civil rights is not just a civil rights problem. It's a democracy problem. Now, Vermont has a choice to make. We can look towards Washington and we can say, that's happening somewhere else. We can wrap ourselves in the mythology of Vermont exceptionalism again. We can congratulate ourselves and bring moderate and progressive, welcoming and different whatever that gobbledygook is, or we can tell the truth about what is going on and about what we have, where we have come from as a nation. We can tell the truth that racial disparities remain present here, in housing, in education, in employment, in health police, in health services, in policing, in the criminal justice system, wealth, and access to power. It is here, it is now. We can tell the truth. We can tell the truth that better than somebody else is not being just. We can tell the truth that the absence of a burning cross doesn't mean that the presence of there's the presence of equal protection. We can tell the truth that we can decide, and we can decide when federal protections retreat. Vermont will probably retreat with it. See, that is the spirit behind Raise Up Justice, our campaign that we started last year. Raise Up Justice is not built around any party. It's not built around a moral proposition that civil rights belong to the people. Civil rights belong to us. Do they not? Look at your neighbor and say, civil rights belong to us. That human dignity is not negotiable. That nonviolence is a strength, not a surrender. That multiracial democracy requires people willing to stand for one another. That beloved community is not sentimental language. It is a social order we are obligated to build. Raise Up Justice is a multicultural, intergenerational, interfaith, multi-abled, and politically non-affiliated because the attack on civil rights will not stop on this, at this community. Okay? We're calling on Vermont to build the protections, the oversight, the data enforcement, the community resilience, and the legal infrastructure necessary to protect people when federal systems fail to do so. First African Landing Day remembers the history. Raise Up Justice responds to the history. And Press On tells us how to move through this moment. The Adinkra symbol that you've seen around this place is it's Owo Foro Adobe. It speaks to steadfastness. Listen, it speaks to steadfastness. It's about prudence. It's about diligence. It's about the ability to do what appears to be impossible. Rock with me here for a minute, okay? The black church knows something about impossible. We know about praying and when we about things that we can't see and calling them as though they are. We know about singing in a strange land. We know about turning church basements into organizing rooms. We know about reading Exodus and understanding Pharaoh is not permanent. We know about Amos declaring that justice ought to roll down like waters. And we know about Jesus announcing good news to the poor, liberty to the oppressed, and we know the Apostle Paul when he says, I press towards the mark. So press on. It's not simply this year's theme. It's a part of our spiritual inheritance. Our ancestors pressed on when the law called for them, when the law called them property. They pressed on when the Constitution counted them as fractions. They pressed on when emancipation came without protection. They pressed on when Reconstruction was betrayed. They pressed on when schools were segregated, and neighborhoods were redlined, and ballots were denied. They pressed on when police dogs were turned loose and fire hoses were open. They pressed on because they could see freedom they had not yet touched. And because they pressed on, they stood. And because they stood, we stand here. So the question, what will we do? What will we do? What will we do? What will we do with freedom they purchased at such a high cost? What will we do when the laws they fought for are weakened? What will we do when truth becomes inconvenient? What will we do when the country asks us to forget? What will we do? What will we leave to the children standing here today? I refuse to leave them a democracy smaller than the one that I've inherited. I refuse to leave them civil rights with no enforcement behind it. I refuse to leave them a history scrubbed clean of people whose blood, labor, genius, and resistance helped build this nation. And I refuse to believe that we are powerless. We are not waiting for saviors. We are building power. We are organizing. We are learning. We are advocating. We are caring for one another. We are building institutions. We are telling the truth. We are preparing for the next generation. That is what the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance is doing. That is what the Richard Kemp Center is doing. That is what our Wellness Working Group is doing. That is what our junior associates are doing. That is what the Truth and Justice series is doing. That is what Juxtaposition is doing. Policy work, data work, community organizing are all about the work. No activity for activity's sake. Power, agency, security, healing, truth, and justice. So I want to leave you with this charge. When they tell you that history does not matter, press on. When they tell you racism is finished because the law no longer uses the same words, press on. When they tell you that asking for equal protections is asking too much, press on. And when civil rights enforcement is weakened, press on. And when people become discouraged, press on. When the road is long and the victory is not immediate, I need you to press on, because we did not come this far only to stop here. The legacy of slavery made civil rights necessary. Civil rights made democracy possible. And this generation has been given the responsibility to defend both. May we be found faithful in that responsibility. May we do justice. May we love mercy. May we walk humbly with our God. May we tell the truth when the truth is costly. May we stand together when standing is difficult. And may we build beloved community where division has been made profitable. And when history asks what we did in this hour, at this time, may the answer be clear. We remembered. We organized. We stood. We raised up justice. And by the grace of God, we pressed on. God bless you. God bless our people. And may God give us courage to keep moving forward. Press on.
Thank you so much for those words. And now I'd like to move right into our keynote speaker for the afternoon. For those of you that don't know, Dr. Jolivet is a professor of history and American studies at St. Michael's College. She is an interdisciplinary researcher, educator, and performance artist. Often referring to herself as the poet warrior, her work blends historical scholarship with theater and spoken word poetry to explore the Black experience in America. Please put your hands together for Dr. Jolivet.
Appreciate you. Good afternoon. I've titled my words today, Something is Trying to Kill Us. In the words of Lucille Clifton, won't you celebrate with me what I have shaped into a kind of life? I had no motto. Born in Babylon, both non-white and woman, what did I see to be except myself? I made it up. Here, on this bridge between starshine and clay, my one hand holding tight my other hand. Come, celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. I would like to dedicate my presentation today in the memory of Professor Jason R. Day, a black academic in the UK who recently was attacked in the media for whatever he did right or whatever he did wrong. And those vicious attacks on this black academic pushed him to kill himself. I also want to acknowledge all of us who study and do our best to press on from within spaces that see the melanin in our skin and assign us inferior status as human beings. So with that, Lucille Clifton is the first quote in the poetic form that I share with you today. The second one says this: what have I, or those I represent, to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us? Anyone knows who spoke those words? My phone is going off, y'all. Anybody know? Somebody said it. Where are they? Thank you. It was Frederick Douglass in 1852 on July 5th, in responding to a celebration about the 4th of July. And our nation is 250 years old, but also slavery existed in this country for 246 years. Doesn't take a lot of math to see that that overlap means that we had some hypocrisy going on. How can you make a claim that a place and a space and a nation is free while you're enslaving and having in bondage other human beings? We must challenge these hypocrisies. That is one of the reasons why we're here today, and I want to thank Reverend Hughes for his words, because he gave you a bit of the legal history that got us to this moment. I'm going to give you a little bit of the cultural piece on how we need to respond. The third quote: I don't have any prizes, but if you can tell me who said this, you're a smart and lovely person. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice that you are picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll gladly empty his own pockets for you. Who said that? Anybody? Say it again. Lyndon Baines Johnson. Thank you, sir. I do not have a prize for you, but I see you. So as we listen to these quotes, thus far from Lucille Clifton, from Frederick Douglass, and now Lyndon Johnson. We're taking a trip through time and experiences, lived experiences, primarily of Black people. But we wouldn't work so hard loving ourselves as Black people if there wasn't a contrast that says that something else must be better. So we're responding to what's been given to us when we embrace our identity, when we use words like, I love my melanin-rich skin. It's because somebody told us that once upon a time we was ugly. So we have to love ourselves. Everything is a response. Some call it cause and effect, maybe. I don't know. My brain don't work that way. I'm literary. Thank you for laughing at that. I appreciate that. This next quote. Let's see if you can get this one. This is a teachable moment, I reckon. I'm from the South, so I use words like reckon. And that is how the ruling class sleeps so peacefully. You deliberately manufacture racial cultural wars, feeding the starving white worker pure hatred. So he never looks up and realizes the same billionaire's boot is aggressively crushing the necks of both the Black and the white worker. Who said that? Anybody? Nobody? That was Fred Hampton. So with these quotes, I want to remind us that I stand before you as a Black American. I stand before you as a Black American who migrated to Vermont, having been born and raised in North Louisiana, a place called Shreveport, a neighborhood called Hollywood. I left that place, the comfort of the lived experience I had growing up in a segregated Black neighborhood. I was born in 1968. I just turned 58 years old a few days ago, right? And so, thank you. And so what I'm saying is that even though the laws changed in 1964 and 65 with the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, that does not mean that because that was on paper, it did not mean that people's hearts, people's minds, people's attitudes changed. That takes longer. So when you study history and you read history and the book says, oh, this law happened in 1964, so oops, there's no more segregation, there's no more discrimination. That's not critical thinking. You have to understand that I grew up, I was born in 68, and my neighborhood was still all Black. School, all Black. Church, all Black. I didn't have any interaction with white students, people my age, until I was in the 7th grade, age 12. Yet I'm standing before you here today. So the South is different, we know that, you know, and I still don't trust people that put sugar on their grits. Okay, that's a whole other story. Got to inject a little humor, all right? How many of you even know where grits are? We're in Vermont, that's the thing. Thank you. Oh, family, my family, we know where grits are. All right, so back to my family and my situation. Because I teach African diaspora history, African American history, I teach about the lived experiences of people. And I use my life as an example, and I use the lives of my people growing up in rural Louisiana, going back to the 1830s in Louisiana, and recently through DNA testing, realizing that I had some white 6th cousins that popped up in my ancestry.com. I bet they was having a lovely day when they saw me. Okay. But I got these 6th cousins out there, blood related, and all of a sudden, I can find the Irish, but I can't find the African ancestry because they were either free people of color or they were enslaved and their names are lost to history. Right? But because we're related through blood, through DNA, something was going on, and their family goes back in the United States until 1750. So that means I go back to 1750, before the nation was a nation, okay? And I share that with you because I today am encouraging all of us to do that, what I call lived experience research. Question where you came from. Question the places, the spaces, and the people, and not question in a negative way. Just ask a simple question, who am I? What is my purpose? When will I be able to live out this American dream that they say exists? Or is that dream a nightmare for black folk and people of color? Why am I here? Why am I here in Vermont? Why am I here on this sphere that's turning around in the universe? You pick a point of origin to discover where you want to begin your research. But we all must ask that universal question, and we all must try to live good, decent lives until these answers present themselves to us, because it's not like flipping on a light switch. It's not like throwing something in the microwave. There's no quick answers to discovery of self and self-love. Right? So my family history in Louisiana, and then I was born again, not in the religious sense, but in the struggle sense, when I lived in Mississippi for 10 years. Because when I lived in Mississippi, I was trained and mentored by people like Bob Moses, who was the orchestrator of Freedom Summer, where many white people came from the north and went down south and realized that white hatred and white supremacy don't care about your color. They kill white folks too. Plenty of them who were trying to do the right thing. I work at St. Michael's College. The work that St. Michael's College does in Alabama to this day of feeding people through the Edmondite missions. When you look up Father Maurice Ouellette had to keep a rifle because the Klan kept threatening to kill him down there in Alabama. Klan don't discriminate when it comes to that. Pure hate. We have to understand this. And it goes back to Lyndon Johnson's words, and it goes back to Fred Hampton's words, right? If you give somebody to hate, they relish in that instead of paying attention to what's actually going on. Mind the distractions that we are forced to live with. How many eggs have been recalled, people? I hope you're keeping up with the news and not eating eggs, because millions of them have been recalled because of salmonella. Jalapeno peppers, you like them? They've been recalled. Lettuce, you like that? It's being recalled for salmonella and bacterial outbreaks that are making people sick and will likely kill people. But I'm just oh, that's a shame. What's wrong with this country? Why did it happen? Who did they put in charge of Food and Drug Administration? RFK Jr. What did he do? They fired the people that do the inspections on the food. So while we're here, let's remember, the government's job is to take care of the citizens. The government's job is to take care of the citizens. And if there's 350 million of us, there's going to be a lot of people that need to take care of us to protect our food so that we don't get sick and die from it. This is our lived experience. What are you writing about? What are you talking to your children and your nieces and nephews about as it relates to this moment? Because they're going to need your wisdom. They're going to need to remember this moment because the fight is really theirs. These little ones right here, the fight is theirs. So we have to be teaching ourselves and them. Because that's who I come from. I come from folks that my grandmother taught my step-grandfather how to read and write. What kind of love was that? It ain't the kind of love we see on these shows on TV that I have to turn off because it makes my brain melt and ooze out of my ears. That is a sacred kind of love, in my humble opinion. So when I take you back to this segregated neighborhood that I grew up in, that's how I grew up. These rural people were either tenant farmers or sharecroppers. And they moved from Keithville, Louisiana, Longstreet, Louisiana, Keychild, Louisiana, into the city of Shreveport. And everybody that lived on our street had a garden in the backyard, growing their own food. Greens, tomatoes. Oh, I'm not gonna sing that song. Greens, tomatoes, potatoes. I'm not gonna go there, but you probably went there. But what I'm trying to say is, we had a system. How many of you know that when black people lived in rural areas and in segregated communities, that they had a banking and insurance system called mutual aid? My grandmother wrote in her ledger that I used to write my dissertation, paid Mr. Murray Moak $2.15 for me and $2.15 for Papa for the everyman relief. And I, as the researcher, had to figure out what was she talking about in the 1950s. What is a everyman relief? Turns out it was a fund that black folks paid into. So if somebody passed away, that fund would help you bury your people. We had to handle money all kinds of ways so that we could survive. And so there was a unity, though it may have been forced upon us because we were required to live in segregated neighborhoods without the same resources that other people had, even though we were paying taxes into that system. That is what Reverend Hughes was talking about, right? We made a way out of no way. We found ways to make ourselves safe. We found ways to protect ourselves. And I'm about to get a little bit controversial because I'm finna talk about some guns right now, okay? What I'm gonna say about these guns is black folks had them and we still got them. There's a misconception about people from the South that, oh, we just let people beat us up and do all kinds of stuff. Please stop thinking that. Blow that stereotype up out of your head, okay? You cross the threshold of the Anderson household trying to do something to my daddy's family, somebody was leaving here. I don't know where they were gonna go once they left, but they were gonna go. We protected each other. We protected our families. We protected our neighborhoods. We loved each other through that protection. That's how we demonstrated love. We need to begin to understand that. I'm talking to you as a black Southerner up here. There's instructions embedded inside of my grandmother's ledger that I wrote about. When you decode it, like, why was this black woman, how did she manage to get a car? Why was she the one driving people all over the city? Why was she the one taking people to the hospital? Why was she writing down the names of babies in this ledger that were not related to us? What was she doing? This is how your brain needs, you need to be intellectually curious. This is how your brain needs to work when you look at history, right? This is what I'm encouraging us to do. Because it's going to take that kind of face-to-face meeting, not online. I'm sorry, it's not going to work. We are constantly being surveilled. Our biggest challenge is how do we organize the way Reverend Hughes said we need to organize when we're constantly surveilled. My daughter done put something on my phone called Life 360 because she want to know where I am every second since she going off to college. It used to be the other way around. I'm supposed to be worried about her. She worried about me. And then stuck a surveillance tool on my phone. Okay? But the point I'm trying to make here is, what can we learn from the people who lived and survived Jim Crow segregation, who lived and survived enslavement long enough so that I could get here and be born, long enough so you could be born? Because that's the real story. They tell us about the ones who died, who didn't make it, who gave up their lives. But what about us we who lived? What were we doing so that life could continue to come into the world? I'm gonna move forward. I went from Louisiana to Mississippi, trained by Bob Moses, trained by Chokwe Lumumba, trained even by Charles Evers, Medgar Evers' brother, right? Trained by all these people because they were still living and working in Mississippi when I was there in the 90s and the early 2000s. They didn't go anywhere. So I was fortunate enough to be around them and have conversations with them. That mentorship helped shape my understanding because, truth be told, all of them didn't get along with each other. They had different philosophies about how they were supposed to approach black life, black culture, black survival. So here I am sitting here going, well, Mr. Evers is a black Republican and he's supporting this and that, and Bob Moses is grassroots socialist, he's this and that, and Chokwe Lumumba is with the New African People's Organization and the Malcolm X grassroots, he's this and that. So what am I learning from all these people? Afeni Shakur, Geronimo G. Jaga, my mentors. So what was I supposed to do with all of this access to these people? Standing here right now talking to you, telling you how they impacted me so that you can go out and impact others. When you get, give, right? That's what we do. So, here are the instructions I'd like to leave with you. Number one, know thyself. It's etched on the pyramid walls that have been there over 5,000 years. Know thyself. Having a strong sense of who you are, standing firm and rooted, guess what? When the chaos comes, you're not going to fold. You will be steadfast and unmovable, as that Adinkra sign symbolizes, right? And by the way, just a tidbit, Anthony Browder said when he was doing his archaeological research in Egypt, archaeological, digging up tombs, everything. Guess what he found on the wall? An Adinkra symbol. We thought the Adinkra symbol began in Ghana, right? So if we found it in the pyramids that's thousands of years old, what does that tell us? Come on, class. Come on, we in school right now. How did an Adinkra symbol go back 5,000 years in a pyramid, not a pyramid, in a dig in Egypt, a tomb in Egypt, but we say it began in Ghana in the West. Now we know geography. Egypt is not in the Middle East. Egypt is in Africa, okay? Let's get that straight. They moved it to the Middle East because they said, well, these people, they black. They couldn't have done all this. So that narrative fits right into thinking that we're inferior and spreading that lie all over the world. We couldn't be capable of mathematics, geometry, and trigonometry. Black people can't do that, so says the racist, right? Okay, I had to catch myself. I was about to drop an F-bomb, my bad. Okay, I'm sorry, I know it's a religious function. Trying to behave myself, I'm trying to get it together because some stuff coming up and coming out, all right? When he found that Adinkra, so the way it got there probably likely is migration. Internal migration in Africa. So if my mom is from the Tikar people of Cameroon, and DNA says she is, the Tikar people have been in that region for 900 years. Where were they before that? Sudan. They migrated down from Sudan to that area, right? So we have to understand the inner workings of Africa and what was going on there, and we understand better how we landed over here, how we got over here, and who we are connected to through Nile Valley civilizations. All right? If some of this is unfamiliar to you, you know what? Y'all got phones? Google. Yeah, you got to Google it. Nile Valley civilizations. Just Google it. It's good. Some good stuff out there. If we use our phones the right way and not for BS. Sorry. I said the letters. I didn't say the word. Okay, so here we go. Second thing, know your family history. Know yourself, know your family history. Look it up, study it. If you have an elder, call them up. Ask them questions, right? Because you are going to be the culture keeper of your family. Keep the records. We keep pictures. We keep documents. I have my grandmama's stuff, my mama's stuff, my stuff, and my daughter's stuff. And she's the 6th generation documented. If I can document 6 generations, let's say how many can you go and document? Because the documents, Purdue University was not going to give me a PhD just because I had sentimental feelings about my grandmama. Okay, it don't work like that at a Research One institution. I wrote a dissertation because I found a primary source of my grandmother's handwritten ledger that's 64 pages long that tells me how black people were living and what they were doing inside of segregated black neighborhoods, rural and urban. And encoded in that, because I was 18 when she died, I had a relationship, encoded in that are the survival strategies. So much so that I'm hesitant to even share them sometimes because it's like telling secrets. You don't want your enemy to know your plan. Hope this ain't too revolutionary for y'all. Y'all all right out there? Okay, I'm just checking. All right. Give me 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Okay. How to use your family history to build an understanding of yourself, your immediate surroundings, and society. The society you want to live in. What kind of car do you want to drive? What kind of roads do you want to drive that car on? What kind of house do you want to live in? Do you want to have clean running water? When you turn the faucet on, do you want to see good coming out of there? Or do you want some clean water so you can wash and bathe and cook and eat? The basics. Yeah, it's okay to say the basic necessities are food, clothing, shelter, and clean water and transportation, but how do you use those things and where do they come from? That's what we have to process and figure out, because if we don't figure those things out, what are we leaving for these little ones around here? I was being thought about by my grandfather on my daddy's side before I was even born. He purchased 300 acres of land in Louisiana in 1904 because he knew he had children and they would have children and they would have children. That's the mindset. It can't just be about you. It has to be about those who are not even born yet. That's how my people thought. That's how they trained me to think. And that's why I was blessed to be in the company of a Bob Moses, a Geronimo Jijaga, a Feeney Shakur, Tupac Mama. All of them embraced me. In closing, what are we to take away from these quotes that I've shared with you? Lucille Clifton, if something is trying to kill you, find out what it is so you have the information you need to protect yourself from certain death. And what do you do with that? You press on. Frederick Douglass quote, what do we do with that information? Recognize hypocrisy when words don't match actions. It's real simple. When words don't match actions in society, in relationships, and I done messed up a plenty of them, okay, press on. Lyndon Johnson, what do we need to learn from that quote? Identify the real enemy. Black people, we melanin-rich people, are not the enemy of white people. We're not. We never have been. And we need to lift up those who think that we are, because that's a problem. Fourth quote, Fred Hampton. What do we need to take from Fred Hampton's words? Read, write, discuss, question, think critically so you are exercising your brain, so you recognize what people or systems are deliberately manufacturing to influence you, to create situations that could harm you or those that have come after you. We call that energy down Louisiana way where I'm from, devil energy. You church folks understand it. There's God and the devil, right? My Rasta friends, my Rasta friends call it Babylon energy. That's Babylon talking, right? And we work very hard to not, as my friend Medison, the reggae artist, says, not to crash out in these Babylon streets, okay? Because if we crash out, that means we tearing up stuff. Our work cannot be about destruction and tearing up stuff. We have to critically figure out how to do this work and stay alive doing it. Amen. It may look strange, but my people stayed alive through slavery, through Jim Crow, through mass incarceration, so that I could be here, so that you could be here. Somebody stayed alive so you could get here. What are we supposed to be doing with this life that we have been given? Love thy neighbor. But don't stop there, because they always stop there. They say you're supposed to love your neighbor now. Love your neighbor, love your neighbor. Here's the trick. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. So your first job is to figure out self-love. Peace, family. I know that was probably 4 minutes.
Please make some noise for your keynote speaker, Dr. Jolivet.
Edwin is my brother, y'all. I said y'all.
All right, y'all. I know you done sat for a little bit of talking, so we're going to do some music and some moving, all right? I'm going to bring up someone else. Oh, there you go.
Here we go. All right, essentially, you're playing photographer on this one, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, 16 years Vermonter, making good music. Give it up for CCK.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Aya. Fatima, 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 laisse mon mari. Fatima, laisse mon chéri. Fatima, laisse mon amour. Fatima, laisse mon doudou. Combien de fois je t'appelais Fatima? Combien de fois je t'appelais Fatima? À cause de toi, il n'est même plus à la maison. À cause de toi, il n'est même plus à la maison. A dit ça, mais quand les péros, à bon mi fifi, allez watowo, à bon mi fifi, allez watowo. Tu t'as blagué, faut même pas t'amuser. La routine de mes alliés soudira, de quoi tu sapo, alingue. Tu t'as blagué, faut même pas t'amuser. La routine de mes alliés soudira, de quoi tu sapo, alingue. La la la. That's my man and you know where. You try too hard to go with him. With your big mouth, it's a thing. It's mess so bad you can't even say. Ton niveau est trop bas pour moi. And you looking for my man. All I be love, be love, be love. I just say, make a declare, I want me fifi, allez watowo, I want me fifi, allez watowo. Tu t'as blagué, faut même pas t'amuser. La routine de mes alliés soudira, ne pas dire ça pour alingue. Tu t'as blagué, faut même pas t'amuser. La routine de mes alliés soudira, ne pas dire ça pour alingue. C'est ce que tu connais pas à demander. C'est ce que tu connais pas. Sous à demander. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Oh, let me take off my shoes. Yeah, just a second. I'm taking them off. I need to.
You in trouble.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Attaqué
par body. Okay. My name is Seseke. Paché. C'est toi le plus beau du quartier. Toi tu penses que c'est beauté là on mange chaud. C'est toi la plus belle de la cité. Toi tu penses que c'est beauté là on mange chaud. Faut viser les sommets, n'abandonne jamais. Quand tu regardes autour de toi là, c'est pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, démarrer, pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, démarrer, pousser, démarrer. À démarrer, pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, pousser, démarrer. C'est le travail fait, faut jamais douter de toi. L'avenir appartient à celui qui se lève tôt. Devant tous les défis, tu n'as jamais reculé. Ce n'est pas devant les petits problèmes, tu vas toujours trembler. Ce n'est pas devant les points, tu vas te chercher. À démarrer, pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, pousser, démarrer. À
démarrer, 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 pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, 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 pousser, démarrer.
Calamite, cala, cala.
Maman, yeah, 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 yeah.
La voiture est belle, mais ça démarre pas. Quand on pousse, on pousse. La fumée va nous abîmer. C'est ce qui est arrivé. Le monde entier va décoller. À démarrer, démarrer, le cas démarrer. À démarrer, 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 le go démarrer. Bah, chou, 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 chou. Vroom, vroom. Bah, chou, 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 chou. Vroom, vroom. From the balance, on descend un peu. Tout le monde.
À démarrer, 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 pousser, démarrer, à démarrer, 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 pousser, démarrer.
Maman Tina, yo yo yo, maman Tina, yeah, maman. Après nos positions, y'a qu'à papina, tout le monde va danser, soulevez la main. Démarrer, démarrer papa, démarrer, démarrer maman, démarrer, démarrer papa, proposition pour démarrer.
Allez, Monsieur Philippe, et Malolo, Malien, qui t'a démarré. Maréchal Zongo, Mpongo la double, Mr. D, Daddy say.
Give it up for
Thank
CCK,
you.
y'all! Wait, don't leave yet, don't leave yet. How long have you been working on music?
Okay, I've been doing music for 5 years now. And also you guys can find me on YouTube, CCK. Yeah,
Where can we find you?
YouTube.
All right, find CCK on YouTube. Give it one more round of applause.
No. Not yet. 5 minutes. I want to move right into the next conversation that we're going to have. We've had our women's panel, we've had our youth panel, and now I want to have a men's panel because, again, the black men of this community are important, and the things that they have to say are also important. First up on our panel is going to be Dana Charles Rogers, who is a dedicated firefighter and EMT from the South Burlington Fire Department. After completing rigorous training and recruit in the academy, he was officially sworn into service at South Burlington City Hall in the June of 2025. And following months of intensive on-the-job evaluation, Dana successfully cleared his probation period. Today, he proudly serves the South Burlington community on the front lines, responding to emergency medical and fire incidents with professionalism. Make some noise for Dana. Joining Dana on this panel will be Imani James, who is the administrative manager and a certified recovery coach at the Turning Point Center of Chittenden County. He brings over 9 years of professional leadership and facilities management experience to his role, and this experience includes former tenure as director of facilities with Redstone. Imani first connected with Turning Point Center as a volunteer, and he eventually transitions into full-time staff leadership to support community-based substance abuse recovery. So make some noise for Imani as well, and let's get ready to have this conversation. Tank. Can I grab a couple of chairs? Thank you. Let's do it. My goodness. See, Kia Ray, it wasn't just him. These kind of mistakes happen to everyone. You see, it's not just him. Correction, y'all. Imani is the director of operations at the Turning Point Center. So let's big him up on that. And also in my humility for wanting to get on Kwame for his mistake. All right. Thank you both for being here for this conversation. I've known both of these gentlemen for many, many years. They've watched me grow up in this community. I've watched them grow up in this community, both of them having families. And when we think about where our future is headed and about the next generation, I wanted to make sure that the men's panel had a part in this day. And so I think the first question I have for both of you is to ask you about your work and what motivates you to do it and contribute to your community in that way. Dana?
Hello, everybody. My work is to suppress fires, mitigate hazards, and provide high-level pre-hospital medical care to people in the community. I wanted to make a difference because I've been athletic and physically gifted all my life, and I felt by being a firefighter, I could definitely make a difference in the community, that and more.
Thank you. Imani?
Hello, everybody. In the work that I get to do today, I have been, like Sen mentioned, in the professional leadership level of work professionally for the last 9 years, and life happened for me, and I was given the opportunity to turn things around when faced with adversity, and made the decision to have bad decisions, when it came to choices of coping with things that happen in life. Given the opportunity to turn things around and seek help and rebuild and just re-level my life for myself, I'd like to give that forward to others because it was freely given to me. And if I can do it and come from where I was, then anybody can definitely do it.
Thank you for that. I think the next question or the next conversation I'd like to have is about the responsibility to serve. And I know, Dana, you've talked a little bit about it, but as you've gotten into this work and has seen your impact show up for folks, talk to us a little bit about what you believe that does for community relations and community building, you being visible in doing this work and being so committed to it.
As you all know, Vermont, and especially this community, is growing also multi-racial and diverse. Me being at the forefront of the fire department has helped, as well as having a fresh face, a different face for the community can see, for youth and adults alike to be inspired by it. One incident happened where, yes, besides fires and car accidents, we have situations where people may have a mental crisis. They may be having a bad day. We reported to a hotel, and it was a young black male there. He had an argument with his mom, and they wanted him out. So when we get there, police is there, tensions is a little thick, you know, and as my superiors talked to him and police talked to him, he wasn't talking to anybody. So they pretty much, you know, I mean, I can't really blame them. They didn't know what else to do. And as far as they was concerned, he had to get out one way or the other. I stepped in and said, let me talk to the young man for a minute. So first of all, I sat next to the young man and I spoke to him, poured my heart out to him. Next thing you know, me and him ended up having a conversation. Started finding out what his problems was, what it would take for him to leave, what he needed to leave. So after that, I spoke to the police and as well as my superiors and told them what was needed, and that situation was resolved without any further physical or negative outcomes. So situations like that, I really felt that I was glad I was there and why I am here.
Appreciate that so much. Imani?
Can you repeat the question? Forgive me.
Yeah, we're talking about basically the responsibility to serve and sort of the work, the impact that your work has. And if there is a story or a situation you'd like to share with us, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely. From my experience, and I feel like we have a little bit of a stigma in our culture as far as substance misuse may go, and my aim, and I like to spread awareness to break those chains and dismantle some of the generational curses that we may face. I'm doing it right now. I come from a line of poor coping mechanism decisions before me, and I'm the first in my family to stop it and kind of change the trajectory of where my children are looking up to. I deal with folks that are at a variety of levels of crisis, whether that be like voluntarily seeking services, or maybe they are just in crisis. Mental health is very real, and it's easy for folks to relate to somebody that they can visibly see they have something in common with, or even just to speak from my own experience. So I encountered someone that was in need of help and very set on not going to the next level. I got to spend about 45 minutes talking to this person. They had every question in the world of why they shouldn't go to the next phase of that help. And thank God, by the time we were done talking, I was able to get them enrolled and signed up for that next level of care. And I think today they're still pushing forward in their own journey. So again, that started with someone not wanting to seek the next level of help for themselves, me being able to connect with them, whether that be by sharing my own experience and the way I looked. And that meant a lot to me, to be able to turn somebody from a hard no to them wanting to better themselves. So I had to make that decision for myself, and to help encourage folks to be able to do that for themselves is what I'm here for.
Thank you for that. I know that all three of us sitting up here are fathers, and so the next question I have for you all is about our next generation. As you look to your own children, to the youth coming after us who may want to follow your footsteps in either career path or just seeing the kind of men you are and wanting to emulate that, is there anything that you would say to them about how they achieve that, or about how they get themselves ready for whatever the next phase is in their life as youth growing up here in Vermont?
I'll say, like for me, I try to follow in my steps, represent strong, be confident. If you have the vision, it can happen, it will happen. Obstacles are temporarily. I just want to, I already started kicking in doors, the people behind me. I just want to keep representing and doing things to the best of my ability so things can be easier for the youth coming up behind me. Also, having them see me, it may set off a light switch in their head. I didn't think about being a first responder until I was driving to work one day and seeing a sign outside of Williston I was having an open house. You know, they won't have to wait until they're 44 years old to pursue being a firefighter. They can do it way younger. The vision could be there implemented already. Or a doctor, or a facilities director, anything of the like.
Thank you. Imani?
Yeah, I want to lead by example. In discomfort comes growth, and take advantage of opportunities. I want to expose my kids to what it looks like to be able to do things and take advantage of those things. There's so many resources and services and opportunity that exist in our community that folks just aren't aware of, and I got to learn that doing the current work that I do. There are a wide variety of things that exist that literally folks just don't know about.
The last thing I have for you all is, please finish this sentence. I press on because. I press on because.
I press on because I have to. I press on because it was what I was made to do. I press on because nothing is happening without pressing on. Nothing's coming into you free. You have to earn it, work for it, and press on doing so.
Appreciate you, bro.
I press on for my kids, and you can't make nothing happen if you sit still. So you move a muscle and you change a thought.
Thank you both. Please give a rousing round of applause to both of these men, not only for the service to our community, for making time for this conversation. Thank you both so much. Thank you. And to finish out our festivities for today, because we like to keep you having some conversation and then having some amount of enjoyment and movement. Don't do that. Don't do that. You see this guy. The next act we're bringing on has been a long time mainstay in Vermont, teaching African drum and dance. So please make some noise for Jay Kulu. Make some noise for Jay Kulu, y'all. And again, thank you so much for being here with us today for First African Landing Day 2026.
Everybody's sleeping. We're gonna make you wake. That's all right. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna dance.
Hello. Everybody, come on, please. Come. Come dance with us. Simbo, come on. Come on. Come on, everybody, please. Come on. Come on, let's move. Come on, come on. Thank you for having us once again. Jekulu Dance and Drum. Jekulu means community. So, we're from Guinea and West Africa. Guinea and Senegal. So, Sense, come on, come dance. Yeah. No. All right. Give your phone to someone, or you can play drum if you don't want it.
Now he go back.
I got a djembe for you too. We got djembe for you. So everybody follow Simbo. Yeah. All right. We're gonna sit there. Come on.